Hello, everybody, and it's here. Finally, we got to the end of our journey. The end of Zack Snyder's DC adventure, kind of. Yeah, so it's been a few years since we did the Whedon cut, so allow me to give you a brief recap. Justice League came out. It was panned for the terrible movie that it was. I don't think the movie was like the worst thing ever made, but at the same time, it wasn't good. It was pretty bad still. But the truth of the matter is, we got proper confirmation from Zack Snyder himself over the years that this was very different than the actual version that Zack Snyder wanted on screen. So it would be really good to get a Zack Snyder cut of this, much like we got the Donner cut of Superman 2. Okay, no problems there. Problem is, the Snyder fan base started acting like a toxic fan cult and started harassing everybody who didn't care for the idea, and would sometimes even harass people involved in Warner Brothers online about this. However, everybody, we're not here we're not going to allow that to color our perception of the movie. If the movie is good, which I don't think it is, spoilers, but we'll say that, and for the record, I do have some good things to say here and there. I can assure this is not going to be just me hitting on the movie for its entire duration, so don't worry about that if that's what you're worried about. The point is,
Pedro, can we really do 4 hours of commentary?
Aha! Never fear, Jova, because apparently Warner Brothers fought ahead. You see, the Blu-ray release of this has 2 discs, so they divided the movie in 2. And we're going to use that as our official stopping point. Yes, we're going to do this in 2 parts, 2-part commentaries, ladies and gentlemen. And since Warner Bros. Was so gracious to give us an official halfway point, might as well use it, right?
So
it's arguably not even too much of an halfway point because it's not at 2 hours mark, and I checked this as apparently like something like 15 minutes of credits.
Well, I don't know what to tell you too. So.
Well, halfway point, not counting the credits, essentially.
The important part is that there is a stopping point that Pedro mentioned.
Yes, me and Dwibs looked at it because Dwibs went through disc 1 himself to check it. So, all right, everybody. So here's what you do: if you're watching the HBO Max version of this movie for whatever reason, basically just pause the movie whenever we're done. Basically, when part 4, I forgot the name of part 4 of this movie, but you know what I mean. People who've seen this movie know what I mean. When part 4 ends, everybody. And then that's where disc 1 ends. So if you're watching the HBO Max version, watch the first 4 parts, and when the screen saying part 5, All the King's Horses shows up, that's when you know you're supposed to stop there because that's the Blu-ray stopping point.
I'll admit I've never seen this cut before, so I was a bit caught off guard when you mentioned that they actually bring in the parts.
Well, I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, the point is, everybody, that's what you do. So if you're watching the HBO Max version, that's where you should stop and pause, and as we will do. If you're watching the Blu-ray version like we are, then you should be fine. You'll know exactly just watch all of disc 1, and then we'll go on to disc 2. All right, so as for logos, the HBO Max version, as well as the official Blu-ray versions, have a little disclaimer thingy saying, "Oh, the movie was presented in 4:3 to preserve Zack Snyder's vision, because he shot this in 4:3, if I remember correctly." So skip that. The HBO Max version also has that, if I remember correctly. Just skip that disclaimer thingy and just pause right before the Warner Brothers logo. And for what me and Dwibs have checked, the Blu-rays have the same logos. I don't know if the HBO Max version has the same logos, but we can't really check that right now. Well, it should be the same still, though.
Point is that the version that we're using first starts with the more modern, I guess, Warner Bros. Logo, which I really do not like, and then the DC logo, and then the movie starts. So that's your general idea of what to do.
Exactly. All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1, click. Right from the beginning, I have one big pet peeve about this movie. Now, I will admit this has nothing to do with the quality of the movie itself. It's just a pet peeve. That's why I call it a pet peeve.
Why they recall? Sorry, go on. Sorry.
Zach, you are aware that we're in the 2020s, right? Nobody shoots in 4:3 anymore. It's an outdated aspect ratio.
I'll admit I was about to wonder if something was up with my copy.
We here in Britain, we started filming our stuff in 16:9 around the late 90s.
I don't know stuff about cinematography, so I don't know if there's an artistic decision behind it. But I do remember hearing about, people who reviewed this movie that have actually studied cinematography, but it's kind of BS, so I'm gonna raise my trust around that.
See, the 2011 movie that we commented on, The Artist, that wasn't 4x3, but that had a good reason. It was meant to emulate the old movies from the 1920s and 30s. So obviously it wasn't 4x3 to mimic that.
Just to mention, it's been ages since I saw BBS. It was when we commented on it. I do remember when we commented on the Joss Whedon version, but I actually kind of sort of liked it for the most part. So I do wonder how I'm gonna feel about this, because I had not seen this movie yet, believe it or not.
The basic... Go on.
If I recall correctly, my thoughts on the Joss Whedon cut of Justice League are, it has issues, but I think I feel like it evens out to mostly being good. Not amazing, not great, just good.
Oh well, I guess we'll get into it. And yeah, just like in BVS, I find the way he dies very goofy. Okay, so basically, yeah, we start right at the end of BVS.
Kal-El, no.
For the record, that line is in this cut, if I remember correctly.
Also, what was that face Gal Gadot was making there? It doesn't look distressed.
Watching this movie after knowing what has happened to most of the actors involved in this, it's so painful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Ben's kind of, sort of recovered.
I think he relapsed into alcoholism, unfortunately. It's not necessarily a thing that, is bad, it's just an unfortunate circumstance.
I love how the title just popped up right there, very in small letters. Zack Snyder's just asleep, by the way.
Okay, the thing that I keep hearing about everyone is that this version actually re-implements all the stuff that was cut away involving Cyborg, because apparently Joss Whedon was an asshole towards the actor.
Yes.
Oh yes,
yes, he was. I can tell you
racist apparently too.
Yeah, I can tell you that the Cyborg stuff is the best stuff in this movie.
I mean, so far I think aside from Henry Cavill and to an extent Ben Affleck, Cyborg's actor is probably the best of the bunch.
Mm-hmm.
The general consensus I've heard about this movie is that, yes, it's better than the Whedon cut. That does not mean it's amazing.
Dark Lord Jedi One's review...
This one, at least.
Dark Lord Jedi One made the best point ever. This is... when you actually break it down and look at the plots... as a whole, it's still the same premise. It's still the same basic movie, just longer with more stuff in it. But we'll talk about it as we go.
Whoa, Steppenwolf, you added on more spikes, buddy.
Yeah, that was how. That's actually how he was originally meant to look like. Which to this movie's credit, yeah, he does. He looks more intimidating and less goofy than he did in the Whedon cut now.
Since you saw the movie along with Blade, Pedro, is it noticeable when the footage that was going to be used in the original movie when it was cut away is used, and instead footage that was reshot specifically for this version is used?
Yes.
Do you think it's noticeable a difference?
You can tell, because you can tell that in some scenes Ben Affleck looks different than what he looks in the final scene. Because the final scene of this movie was shot specifically for this release. He went back and actually shot, and you can tell that Ben Affleck looks noticeably more tired and shit.
And it was shot. I mean, it was shot during the pandemic.
So,
Admittedly, you also did have sequences in the original cut where you could tell, okay, this was clearly Whedon stuff added in to go against the more serious Snyder stuff overall.
Okay, I don't remember this detail about the Joss Whedon version, but you're telling me that Superman's death triggered the other boxes?
Superman. No, yes, exactly. In the in the Whedon cut, it's apparently. I think it was Steppenwolf's arrival. I think that did it. I think I forgot.
To be fair, it seems to be the case here too that Steppenwolf's arrival is what triggers the mother box. Since we did see that scene with Luthor by Steppenwolf, which, to be fair, Steppenwolf's presence actually better explains why Luthor was suddenly going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs crazy about the whole devil upside down thing at the end of BVS.
No, okay. That being said, yes, they also have this thing in this version that Superman screams somehow triggers the mother boxes, which is weird. Go on to.
I honestly don't think it's his scream that triggers the mother box, since we see Steppenwolf doing something with the mother box in the start here. It's just that a scream happens to reach the base and like Luthor turns, but then he sees behind him Steppenwolf activating the mother boxes.
So instead I want to know, well, because the credits are still rolling and I might have missed it. So who's the composer of this?
Tom Olkenborg.
Oh, god damn it.
There you go. Asking you shall receive.
AKA the composer, the guy who worked with Hans Zimmer in Batman v Superman, basically.
Boy, these are some good Lord of the Rings
in fact, I will say this. While I do like Tom Olkenborg, I'm not a fan of some of the choices he made with the music in this movie, and I will point out later.
Okay, remind me, what exactly is Hulkenberg's overall resume?
Isn't he Junkie XL?
The Sonic movies, Jova.
Oh, he's Junkie XL. Weird that
he's going by his
actual name.
So he composed also for the Deadpool movie.
He apparently dropped the Junkie XL moniker, and he's actually being credited by his actual proper name now.
I mean, whatever he prefers.
My guess is, since he was starting to get popular, he decided to drop it and properly put his actual name so people know exactly the name of the person who composed a lot of these.
So what's Aragorn doing here?
So yeah, just like in the Whedon cut, we start with Bruce trying to assemble the Justice League, and the first person he goes for is, of course, Aquaman, played by Jason Momoa.
By the time we're recording this, I still have to see The Lost Kingdom, but I'm definitely curious about it.
I'll get around to it, but considering it doesn't matter anymore, it's kind of demotivating.
Yeah, I didn't want to see it in theaters, even if I considered it for this reason.
The consensus I've gotten is that Lost Kingdom had a lot of stuff going against it, like a ton of stuff going against it, and yet miraculously it turned out to be good enough for people to turn a profit. And keep in mind, that's in like the days of 2023. Like, it's no secret that by this point, people are a lot more sketchy about going to theaters to see dodgy movies.
And as you saw there in the credits, unlike the Whedon cut, the script we have here, there you go. So part 1, don't count on it, Batman.
Well.
Okay. So my question, they released these in 2 discs. Why did they feel the need to split it into 4 parts, though? Especially
that I can answer. Remember, Joe, this was originally made for HBO Max. So my guess is Zack Snyder decided to divide it in parts to make it easier for people to pause and go to the bathroom or something in between, to give people appropriate pausing gaps to, maybe to go do something, because this is a long thing, right?
As we learn later, aside from the people closely involved with Zack Snyder himself, apparently no one at Warner Bros. Actually liked this project in its conception and at release. They just did it just because people did not shut up about it.
From what I've heard, the actors in general seem to prefer working under Snyder rather than Whedon. Especially with Ben Affleck. Like, regardless of how tired he may look in the new footage for the Snyder Cut, he reportedly was a lot more content doing the Snyder Cut work than with the Whedon work, where you can just tell he was done.
Remember, before BVS... Sorry.
Which is a shame, because I'll give him credit, he does have some pretty funny lines in the Whedon Cut.
Also, honestly, I don't even know what Zaslav would have thought about this project.
You can tell. Remember, if you go back and look at his his Comic-Con appearances before BVS came out, he was very excited about BVS. So the negative reception of BVS probably left him disillusioned, and you can tell when you actually watch his Zack Snyder.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. But when we actually see the Snyder Cut exclusive scenes, it definitely looks like the guy seems really done. It's a shame. But anyway, go ahead.
No, go on.
So yeah, one thing you'll immediately notice is that, unlike the Whedon Cut, we go back to the Zack Snyder visual style, the very grayish color scheme, whereas Whedon, of course, digitally recolored things. But yeah, this definitely looks much more like a Zack Snyder movie now. With the...
So if I understand correctly, timeline-wise, it is still supposed to be before the Aquaman movie.
Yes.
It's so odd to see, Arthur being this serious.
That's the thing too. A lot of stuff that happens in this version contradicts what happens in Aquaman. That's the thing.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Well, okay.
It's the Aquaman.
Okay, to be fair, I kind of blame this a bit on the Whedon Cut, since, well, obviously, by the time that Aquaman was being made, they were going to be more in line with the Whedon Cut, since that was what Warner Brothers wanted the perception of the characters to be. So I don't blame that on this cut as much as I do the Whedon Cut, since, like, well, what were they going to do? Suddenly have Aquaman act more like he did in a cut that, as far as Warner Brothers was concerned, didn't exist?
The connecting to what Jova was saying about the production, the truth of the matter with all of these mess with the DCU is that there's a lot of stuff that happened in the background that we probably don't know, and we will either don't know for a very long time, or we might not even ever know.
All right, I want to talk about this scene here. Okay, so we know that this is, of course, this was also in the Whedon Cut, where basically Aquaman tells Bruce to fuck off, and I'm totally not going to change my mind later, Baka. And now, I guess this is the part that Whedon cut, and for good reason. For whatever reason, Zack Snyder wanted to hammer it over and have these Icelandic women start singing. and this goes on for a bit, I don't know.
It would be a sign of gratitude because he protected their village.
I think so too.
I guess it's just
Icelandic, so
I guess it's just that we're not going to see this place again. So no, you. Okay, even if I'm going to go with Jova's assumption, okay, that's fine, but you don't need to drag this out. Come on, we get it. They're thankful. So in the meantime, Mama Kent here is grieving.
My son is dead.
Sucks.
Dusty? What Dusty?
That's the dog.
Oh. Alas, the Kent family farm has been foreclosed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, For a second, I thought the house was gonna blow up.
Yeah, that's the other thing. And like Dr. Joe said in his review, one of the big problems with this movie for me is the scenes go on for quite a bit longer than they need to. Like, there's a lot of panning of helicopters flying, a lot of like. Keep in mind, everybody, you have to understand, this is a 4-hour movie. So trying to watch this thing, and when you start to see moments that make it feel like it's a waste of your time, it starts to wear on you. Because when I first watched this thing, I watched the whole 4-hour thing, like from beginning to end, and it starts to get to a point where it's just like you're just begging the movie to just get on with it, please.
I mean, I guess I'm not to that point of feeling like it. Like, it feels overall fine so far.
Sure, don't worry, I'll bring up more specific examples. See, the thing is, Joe, for as so much longer as this movie is, it's still the same basic Avenger-style plot where the Justice League has to come together, overcome their differences so they can defeat the bad guy.
This is what Lois is going to do for almost all
okay, here's my first example. Okay, so, yeah, let's just say there's an elephant in the room involving Lois plot in the Snyder Cut, but I will not be able to bring it up when actually until it becomes relevant. Let's just say Zack Snyder's plans for after this movie were something.
Yeah, this is all Lois does in this movie is just walk around being sad.
Yeah, that's a thing. And now we have a super sad scene of her grieving the and of course it's shot in slow-mo.
I mean,
the movie wasn't long enough.
I mean, again, I'm not saying anything particularly bad about this so far.
Oh, sure. I'm not saying the movie is all bad.
Wait, nobody cleaned up that bit of statue over there left? Jesus.
Apparently not, Jova. Apparently not.
I guess it helps set the mood and tone for that resting site.
Okay, moving on. Okay, Zach, you can... Thank you.
Yes, I can tell we're in London. You even need to make it grey. It looks grey like this by default.
It is neat that he shows that all across the world there are people showing signs of respect for the fallen hero that is Superman.
Okay, I think it's now, isn't it, the bank scene with Wonder Woman?
Remember the bank scene from the Whedon cut?
Let's just say, okay, it's the same scene, but incredibly longer, and I absolutely hate the way it ends in the Snyder Cut. This particular scene is the first major big issue for me. There you go. So yeah, we already know how this goes. Like these guys are trying to rob the bank, and blah blah. Wonder Woman comes in and saves them. And we're also about to also get to hear my first really eye-browsing music choice on part of Tom Malkenborg. You might remember how. Okay, and I want to say something, by the way. Don't misconstrue any possible compliments I make to the Whedon cut as me endorsing his conduct and him as a person. Okay, all right. Now that we got that out of the way, let me say something. Remember how in the Whedon cut, this scene was basically straight to the point. Right, like things are happening. Wonder Woman comes in, saves them. The awesome Hans Zimmer Wonder Woman theme that we heard in BVS and Wonder Woman and the Wonder Woman movies plays. Okay, nothing too bad about it. I feel like the scene wasn't particularly important. You probably could have cut that, but whatever. It's harmless at worst. So whatever. So let's see how Snyder does this scene. Okay. For whatever reason, Tom Oakenborg decided to remove Hans Zimmer's Wonder Woman theme and replace it with a new theme of this. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the theme is necessarily bad, but it feels so like, how do I put it? It feels like so on the nose. Like I far prefer Hans Zimmer's theme that we heard in the Wonder Woman movies and BVS. It's such an awesome theme. And I feel like, why not just keep that? That theme originated in BVS, which was a Snyder movie, so Snyder supposedly was good with that being Wonder Woman's theme.
I think it's more of a case where that theme, for as good as it was, it's potentially too electronic for being done, while the wailing is more appropriate for the culture of Musketeers.
I guess, but that didn't stop them from putting the theme in BVS, though, which was a Snyder movie.
Well, maybe that was his decision. I don't know what to tell you. Again, what I was trying to say before is that there's stuff that we don't know about production, and the fact that the actors seem to speak highly of Zack Snyder and working well with him, despite the fact that we do know, as Pedro told us in our Terminator, game commentary, that he's kind of an asshole in PR statements.
Yeah.
I get the idea there's a disconnection between realities that we don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
To you. One thing I mentioned earlier, for future reference, refer to this as the DCU. DCU is actually what James Gunn is currently working on.
Okay.
Well, the continuity, this continuity, whatever.
But every single time Wonder Woman is on screen, they play that theme. Imagine if every single time Batman showed up,
yeah,
they just play the Danny Elfman theme every single time.
You might remember how in the Whedon cut they used the Hans Zimmer theme, which I think fit.
They're currently using it now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
I think it's an awesome theme. Up,
Yeet.
up, and away from here!
But what I was trying to say is that I prefer the Whedon version of the scene where they only use the Hans Zimmer theme. I feel like it's much more appropriate. Okay, so that was the end of the Whedon version of the scene, but the Snyder version goes on for longer.
I mean, I get it. Just destroying the bomb is not, it's still not enough.
All right, and here comes the first major big issue I have with this movie, specifically this version of this movie specifically.
Again, Wonder Woman comes in and stops everyone getting shot.
Of course.
Okay, did not caught it. What did he change the setting to?
I think he's...
Oh, grenade, okay.
Epic slow-mo.
Oh, no, actually, high caliber bullet, okay.
Nice.
Alright, so she just saved the building from being blown.
Alright, now take him out. Knock him out, maybe. Take his gun away.
I think this just reminds me the fact that Wandy doesn't use it that much their
What?
bullets in 1984.
She saved the building from being blown up just to blow it up herself.
Not just that, Diana, you could have tried taking him down. You didn't have to kill him. Because you can't tell me he survived that. See, they even have his hat fall here as basically a way to yeah.
Okay, do we cut back to the hostages to see if we were still alive?
If I remember correctly, we don't. Hold on, let me see.
Because
we do. There you go. That being said, she still killed the robber though, and there was no need to do so.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that explosion should have caused some debris to go towards the the hostages.
Yeah, true.
Don't you see, Tio? It was a magical. Well, okay, technically she is magic.
That being said,
so...
I think to explain what Pedro said, this tries to be just like Justice League War, to be based around the New 52, in which they make also Diana more ruthless for no
Maybe
reason.
like you someday.
I complained about this. Sorry.
No.
I complained about this in BVS, so for the sake of consistency, I'll do the same thing here. It just feels wrong to have Diana kill that robber when she had a million different things she could have done to stop him without.
Lasso truth.
Yeah, she could have stopped him without killing him very easily, and she chose to just immediately blow up the fucking building. Again, Zack Snyder's usual things where he just prefers his heroes to just be violent and ruthless. It's just like
the weird thing is he's not even consistent about this, since BVS actually makes it a point of Superman learning not to kill, but I digress. So back to this though. So in regards to the Diana thing, my question is, what exactly did she do? Did she bang her gauntlets together and that
she banged her
generated
bracelet,
explosion?
which caused a shockwave, basically.
Yep. Basically.
I don't think she's ever had that power.
I don't
before.
remember.
No, if I remember correctly, she had that power in Wonder Woman 1984, and I feel like she used it. Actually, never mind, Joe. I remember she used it in the fight against Doomsday in BVS. I remember that at least.
Even if it's not comic book accurate, my suspension of disbelief makes me believe it. It's something she can do.
I can believe that it's a thing she would do. It's just, I'll admit, and granted, it has been a long time since I saw Batman v Superman, but it feels like such a weird, out-of-nowhere power for her to use on just one guy. Even if she was trying to kill him, she was fast enough to race up to him and punch him.
Also, I don't know if it was a Snyder decision or not, but I don't understand why the Amazons, which should be ideally technologically advanced, do not have anything to contain the mother box other than just, bows and arrows, which, sure, we saw in Amazon's attack were very effective, apparently, but,
Okay, to be fair, usually when it comes to Amazons in the DC universe, while they are portrayed as being tech-savvy, they usually do rely on, essentially mystical weapons.
Divine,
ergo,
yes.
Yeah, ergo, they still tend to use, old-fashioned weapons, but they have, But they usually have enchantments to help them be able to contend with more modern ones.
So yeah, allow me to say something positive. Yeah, one of the primary criticisms of the Whedon cut was, of course, the way Steppenwolf looked. He looked silly. The CGI didn't look convincing. He looks much better in the Snyder cut. Definitely, he looks more menacing, and the CGI is actually looks convincing. So yeah, Steppenwolf looks fine here. He's still a very lackluster villain that I just don't give a rat's ass about, but at least he doesn't look goofy now, so there's that.
I don't understand why
he doesn't look like a PS3 character.
I don't understand why this movie, which had the opportunity, did not add a prologue segment, one of those narration kind of thingy, that explained the mythology of the new gods, unless we're gonna do it later.
Mm-hmm.
It'd have been funny if she said that. Show him your fear. Then they'd be like, run away, run away.
I also do like how the spikes fold in and out, giving them something of a practical use for when his suit goes in and out of battle mode.
I mean, otherwise, Joe, it would be a case where he could impale himself just by looking slightly to the left.
That would be pretty awkward.
That's your maneuver, moving slightly to the left. Well, we're not in the same position we were before, huh? That ought to confuse them. Anyway, comparison time. In the Whedon version of this scene, Steppenwolf takes down all the Amazons and steals the mother box. Simple, right? To Whedon's credit, that his version of this scene is concise, to the point, and tells you exactly what to do. The Snyder version of this scene, as Dr. Joan also pointed out in his review, goes on for way longer, and unnecessarily so, in my opinion.
Wait, I could have sworn that I could have sworn that. I could have sworn that Hippolyta also escaped with the mother box in the Whedon cut.
No,
or at least rode out with it on horseback.
Well, regardless, the point is, yeah, true. It might be. Keep in mind, I'm also not exactly super memorized about this thing, so I might get some details wrong here and there.
Like I said, it's been also a while since I watched the Joss Whedon version, so I don't remember the details. But I seem to remember that the attack goes on also on the outside, not just in the crypt.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
It does. Oh, it does. I'm not saying it doesn't. It's just my thing with this scene is that it goes on for way longer than it does in the Whedon cut. Which, again, keep in mind, like it's one of those things. Yeah, one thing I will also mention. I think I've said this before, but for the sake of conciseness, I'll say it again. One of the easiest ways a piece of media has to piss me off is by making me feel like my time is being wasted. So I don't like it when scenes drag on for longer than they need to.
I mean, again, to give the movie credit, I have not yet felt like any of these scenes have dragged out past their welcome. It just feels like more so they've built on more of them. Now, I will still give you the fact that that the way the Wonder Woman scene ends is a bit nonsensical, bizarre. But I didn't feel like it dragged out too much. Like, I'll give this movie credit. I have some issues with the cut, but none of them have been with the pacing yet.
Sure.
We're technically only 30 minutes in, but I want to try to make a guess. Zack is trying to recapture the things that he did for Watchmen.
Yes.
In a lot of places, including some of the, licensed song that, like one we heard before. It's just that I still... Sorry.
No. I mean, like, there's so much slow-mo. That's what I'm reacting to. Seriously, the only reason this is 4 hours is because the movie is running on slow motion.
I will agree that Snyder can sometimes overuse slow motion, and apparently his problem got worse with Rebel Moon.
This is apparently, for this movie I can tell you that he's trying to apply, decompressed storytelling, which is something that, a lot of comics do, which is also a point of contention, the idea of showcasing a scene happening almost in real time, which is the equivalent of having it being slow-mo.
Mm-hmm.
Now, while I don't recall the whole cell sinking into the water, I do recall her giving the box to the Amazons to ride with it in the original Whedon cut, so... I see some extensions, but for the most part, I feel like this plays out fine. In fact, I do feel like adding in this bit does show how much of a big problem Steppenwolf is, given how this will, as we know, not stop him, in spite of everything.
One thing that I also do wonder, which is something that this is doing, is that if this cut actually manages to give a bit more, screen time and dignity to some of the side characters that the rest of the DC EU shafted. In this case, for example, Hippolyta. So I guess there is that.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, Hippolyta is going to be gone after this scene, right? So
there is something, I suppose.
That is true, but at the same time, the Whedon cut of this scene was already over by this point, by the way, and. There you go, more slow-mo.
Yeah, okay.
This is also making... My thing is that, okay, you want to make it so that Hippolyta has this thing with this one. But again, this also goes on for quite a while.
Like, again, I don't even mind the pacing of a scene, but I will agree that there are some bits where the slow motion is absolutely not needed.
Imagine if we did that ourselves and just put our commentary in slow motion just because it wasn't.
I mean, people can do that using YouTube's regulation about speed of a video.
Imagine doing Return of the King Extended Edition on slow mo. Like, hello and welcome to our commentary.
But they're not that much. Uh-oh.
There is the mother box.
And it might be about to activate, which is not a good thing.
I need to remember. I keep forgetting how much the functioning of a mother box was changed in the New 52 because it was something stupid, but I don't remember how much.
If I recall correctly, this movie's version sticks with the original canon for the mother box.
I think so, but I'm not entirely
Essentially,
certain.
in case you don't know, Dwaves, ideally, because they were conceived by Jack Kirby, so, kind of important stuff, they're essentially supercomputers of some kind, probably invented by the race of the new gods. The idea is that just one of them can give you incalculable knowledge.
Okay. And the Amazons are getting picked off one by one.
I forget if this is how Steppenwolf sounded in the Whedon cut, but I do like how he sounds here.
Yeah, he sounds also better here. There's a filter being put on his voice, unlike the Whedon cut.
Which actor is playing him?
I forgot.
Kieran Hines.
Thank you.
Oh, great, more.
Okay, bye.
Fuck this shit. I'm out of here.
Basically, he got what he wanted.
This has been dragging on too long. I'm just going to leave now. Goodbye. And that's called a boom tube, I believe?
Yes.
Yes.
That's consistent, the technology of the new gods. That's because even in the comics he does exactly that. He goes for the Viper box pings, then he creates the portal, and when you enter, it literally goes boom. So, again, Jack Kirby wanted to apply a bit of simplicity for this kind of technology. Which is a bit of a mercy on him because
I love this bit here.
Work we do.
I love this bit here where she cries over the death of this particular Amazon that we don't know who she is. She doesn't even have a name. Like, do I really need to feel sorry for this woman's death? I don't even know who she is.
On Amazon. There you go.
Oh dear.
No. What was her name again?
She was Bob, and she will be remembered.
We also had the scene with her, looking at the structural collapsing, which I'm guessing the thought process is that every single Amazon lost is a great loss to her, being their queen. I guess that's what they're going for.
Like, she's probably mourning all the Amazons that gave their lives as well through that one. It's just, back then, she didn't have time to grieve.
Yeah, I'd better start now then. Yeah, that was a bit cringe.
That's a lot that I can say about that line.
Yeah.
Part 2.
Allow me to remind you that this is the same director who gave us Sucker Punch. So
Wait a minute,
yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on. We're into part 2, but hold on. Wait. So there are 4 parts in total, correct?
No,
like
6 or 7.
6 or 7, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. Because for a moment I thought, wait, there are 4 parts total.
No, that would be disc 1 that you're thinking.
He's in Chernobyl, I guess.
Which, okay, to be fair, this is where the final climax.
Yeah, with that.
Takes place.
I know. The thing that I know is that the whole subplot about the family living there was something added by Joss Whedon, which, in hindsight, makes it way too much sense.
One of the things for me.
Granted, I don't know if it was Chernobyl specifically, because if there was a family living there,
I think it was just a random Russian place. Senpai
Daddy won't
me,
love you.
But who's still he speaking to?
I don't want
Batman? Yeah.
Everyone
was secretly the villain.
All right.
Everyone wants Batman's approval.
Yeah. Another thing that I, of course, like to bring up once again, because it kind of bears repeating, is, of course, the fact that this movie is, of course, a sequel to Batman v Superman and Man of Steel. As we've talked about in our commentaries, Man of Steel and Batman v Superman are shit movies. And this movie's going off everything that was set up in those 2 movies, right? Thing is, as a result, we have to deal with the badly done Snyder Superman, the badly done Snyder Batman. So this movie already has to deal with the fact that we're dealing with bad versions of these characters that are just really hard to get come around to by this point.
Like I did mention, they improved Superman with Batman v Superman, although the counterbalance that they introduced one heck of a take for Batman, which was certainly a take, and I get it, it's to show how Batman as well develops in the wake of Superman's death. I feel like there were better ways to do that, but again, credit where credit is due. I feel like at the very least, Batman and Superman were better by the time of Justice League. Now, the problem was that Justice League was trying to introduce several new characters. Granted, not so much Wonder Woman. She got her own movie first, but okay. For those who may recall, Warner Brothers decided, in a maverick decision to try and catch up with the MCU, hey, for Justice League, let's introduce these characters and then later give them their own movies to build off on. Which, okay, to be fair, I don't think that was entirely impossible, most of the main members of the Justice League are household enough names that you could maybe start. Heck, technically even the MCU introduced Spider-Man and Black Panther before they got their own movies. However, granted, those were just two characters. Justice League would need to introduce, let's see, Cyborg, Aquaman, Flash, and oh god, wasn't there even a take at one point that was supposed to have John Jones too?
Yeah, I actually brought that up.
Really, but one of the writers, I forgot, David Goyer, I think. One of the people involved with the movie actually hated the character of Martian Manhunter, and that's why he didn't appear. Also, one of the flashbacks involved the Green Lantern Corps. I think a solo movie was supposed to happen.
If I recall correctly, Green Lantern was going to focus on both Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart.
To go off on Jova's point, that's one of the things that I said in my final thoughts of our Whedon cut commentary, where unlike the Flash, Cyborg, Aquaman, and all the others that were introduced in that movie and not in their own movies, right? The Black Panther in Civil War actually had his own mini character arc, where ends that moment where he says, "Vengeance has consumed you. I'm done letting it consume."
No, not Howard.
Yeah. So yeah, even though Black Panther was introduced in Civil War instead of his own movie, he actually contributed to the plot, and he had his own little mini arc of letting go of his desire for vengeance after seeing how much the desire for vengeance was destroying the Avengers, basically. So that was handled much better there. Unfortunately, the only one of the new characters introduced in this movie is Cyborg. Flash doesn't really have a character arc, not really. And Aquaman kind of has one of sorts, but it's not particularly well executed in my opinion.
I think I remember Aquaman definitely had an arc in the Whedon cut.
Oh, it does. It's the same here. It's the same here.
Oh, okay. So it's essentially the same here as it was there.
Yeah.
I recall his arc being... It's hard for me to pinpoint. I don't want to say it was great. I didn't think it was terrible. Granted, maybe I'm misremembering because,
I was more impressed by how he was managing to keep casting the climax, so there is that.
That was nice, yeah. I recall liking Aquaman in Justice League in the sense that, he has the whole, I'm not going to help you, but then he totally comes and helps them. I feel like for as dime a dozen as those kind of plots are, I feel like it was executed well enough, but it was nothing amazing. It's, okay, to put it like this, it's kind of like you get the most basic steak dinner. Like, yeah, it's good, but it's nothing compared to a well-seasoned steak dinner.
Yeah, my usual analogy for that is that eating this piece of bread is not going to hurt me. It's just a piece of bread. But why can I also have a sandwich with other ingredients to make it even tastier?
Yeah, this is why I try to avoid food analogies.
Makes you hungry?
No, I always feel they're incorrect in some kind of degree.
Fair enough, food taste do be subjective. But yes, you see, by this flame landing here, Diana will know exactly what is going on, because, actually, how will Diana know about that?
I do not know. She just will accept that. To be fair, I guess we can assume, Diana was taught as a child about all the possible different arrow signs that the Amazons have, I guess. That's plausible.
My better question is, like, how do they even know if that's in her area?
Actually, that's a good point. How do they know where she is? Actually, that's a good point.
So what did you do this weekend, Diana? I blew a hole in a building I meant to save. Wait, what?
Yeah, no, but Joel brings up a good point I didn't even think about. Yeah, how do they know where she is?
I think the idea behind it is that it's a fire that, keeps itself perpetually on stone, and again the idea will eventually, give notice and she will recognize.
Never mind. Now I remember. Yeah, she sees it on TV. Okay.
Yeah.
So they were counting on her seeing it via TV. Okay, fair.
Which, to be fair, it is a mysterious fire.
Sure.
So, yeah, that's news. Question: was this how it was done in the original cut?
I think so, but don't quote me on it.
Oh God!
Okay, so a parademon barged into the Star Labs and killed the janitor. That's what I'm getting so far from, I guess, Cyborg subplot.
So hi, Joe Morton.
Oh wait, Ryan Choi?
Yes.
The Atom. Well, the second Atom.
Don't worry, Jova. He will be completely not important. I don't have any idea why Snyder decided to put him in here. Maybe he was going to have a role in the Justice League sequels that Snyder was going to make. Who knows? But
I'm
more
guessing.
Surprised, why starting with Ryan Choi and not with Ray Palmer?
Beats the hell out of me.
Oh God, I wonder if they were going to do the MCU Ant-Man thing and make it that. Actually, Ray Palmer is...
With Ant-Man, I kind of understand what he wanted to shift to Scott compared to Hank Pym for a variety of reasons. And, Ray Palmer and Aaron and Ryan Choi do not really have too many things different between each other, aside from, obviously their backstory. But in terms of age, experience, terms of abilities, they do not have that much.
I'm trying to remember if comic book wise DC has been pushing Ryan Choi or
They were
Ray
to some
Palmer
degree.
more.
Remember, he was the one in Injustice 2 for the DLC packages.
I wonder if maybe at the time, they were going with Ryan Choi more as the face for the Atom, and that's
Possibly.
why.
I wanted to. Oh, there you go.
It was Batman.
The parademon thing. But
I mean, to be fair, it makes it look like it's Batman.
yeah.
So hang on, apparently, that Hank guy survived.
Howard?
Howard
Yeah,
from...
yeah. That cleaner who went, ah!
I guess the parademon just scared him to death, nearly.
I don't know.
Well, granted, parademons do tend to have that effect on some people.
Okay, if there was one character that got rid of this complete short end of the stick in the Whedon cut, was definitely the Cyborg. And yeah, when you watch the Snyder cut, you can see how much both the character and the actor were done dirty. Because he is by far the best thing about this movie.
We still run into the unfortunate thing that since the backstory was told via that video footage in BVS, we had to run with the character still present, already in his state instead of actually witnessing it.
From what I've heard, they apparently do work around that in this cut. Granted, that's only just what I've heard. But again, if there's one thing that has definitely gotten universal praise in this cut, it is how Cyborg was handled.
I know, Cyborg is by far the best part about this movie, definitely.
And honestly, all the more power to his actor, because, while a lot of things are in the dark, one thing that is out in the open is how badly Cyborg's actor was treated by Whedon.
Well, I guess, we're making this, I don't know when it will happen, but if we're making this public in February, do you want to count it for Black History Month?
Going back to... Sorry, go on.
No, go on.
Going back quickly to the aspect ratio thing that I brought up earlier. The version we're watching is the primary version, the 4x3 color version. However, there's two other versions of this movie because there's the 4x3 black and white version. I have no idea what the fuck is the point of having a black and white version of this movie, but whatever, you do you, Zach. And there's also a 16:9 proper version of this. I'm considering the movie was apparently shot in 4x3. Obviously it means it's probably cropped. But again, we're watching the 4x3 version because that's the version that lives on his Blu-ray. So
yeah, I can tell you that so far, personally, I don't really see the point in in shooting this by 4x3. And again, I'm gonna go only with trust with what I heard from people who actually studied cinematography.
Yeah. Because there's actually two different Blu-ray versions of this. The 4x3. It's kind of like how, for those of you who are old enough might remember, back when the Lord of the Rings movies came out in the early 2000s on DVD, there were actually two different versions. There was the full screen version and the widescreen versions of those DVDs. So this is kind of, I guess, a throwback to that era, where we had 4x3 versions and 16:9 versions of DVDs, I guess.
I'm curious, Tio. What are the cinematographer reasons you've heard for this to be in 4x3?
The general thing that I heard is that the idea is that it's not just a matter of how stretched or compressed it is. It's literally ingrained in the type of film that you used and the camera type. So it's more of a case of the bullets that you use for a gun. There's a sort of a preferring one. Oh, there's Darkseid. That apparently, directors do prefer some particular setting as a result of that. So I was thinking for a while that it was a case of, this is more comfortable for Zack to use. It gives a more aesthetic kind of meaning to it, potentially. But from what I heard, no, it's not even that.
It feels like such a weird choice, especially because his movies that he made after this are once again in widescreen. He decided to just make this one in particular be full 4x3 for no apparent reason. I'm not saying this is a problem, don't get me wrong. I just think it's weird. It feels like such a weird, random decision.
Okay, here's something that I did not point it out in the Aquaman movie review, because, to be fair, I could have, because now that I really think about it, it's just weird. Because even counting just the Joss Whedon version, there's Aquaman. Even just counting just the Joss Whedon version, but I guess also this one and the events that happen in both Man of Steel and BBS, because remember in Man of Steel there were the terraforming machine was drilling into the ocean. I don't understand why Ocean Master and the Kingdom of Atlantis just stood there and did nothing when this happened. Like, keep in mind, by the time of the Aquaman movie, everyone is genuinely pissed off and want to be on the warpath.
In fact,
and it's not because of the events of the previous movie. Like, it was boiling for a very long time.
Honestly, I wonder if this may be chalked up to more of whatever was going on behind the scenes with the making of those movies. Because, well, honestly, I have to wonder.
That actually makes sense because...
Maybe...
Go on, sorry.
I have to wonder if the Aquaman movie was originally supposed to come out before Justice League, but then when Warner Brothers wanted to fast-track Justice League, things got all shifted around from here to there, and then some details had to be put into place.
That I can explain to you. No, because as Zack himself talked about, and now the existence of this proves it, no, also, this entire scene of him drinking booze in slow motion, because...
I also would question this...
and this bit, Dark Watcher put it out this very well, and I'll point out too. Aquaman just threw a bottle of alcohol into the ocean. I want to repeat that. Aquaman threw a bottle of whiskey, or whatever that is, into the ocean.
And he felt the need to take off his shirt despite wearing it just fine in the water before. This
would be like if Wonder Woman tried to attack Themyscira. Like, that makes...
It's worth noting that this is before the Aquaman movie, so Arthur is not caring about his origins. So there is that.
Zack, is now the time to be shooting an Old Spice commercial, really?
Again, also, I'm questioning also that license song. I normally did not have a problem so far, both in Watchmen and in this until this point. But that one, I don't even recognize what that was. I don't think it was particularly fitting.
So, okay, question. How much of this is, like, actual new footage shot for this kind of...
I know that before, Joe, but apparently there were actually, genuine some...
Two scenes specifically. There's two major scenes that were reshot, yes. Me and Dez will point them out when we get to them.
Okay.
I guess I'll give them credit. They really did go the extra... 109 yards to even shoot new footage. Wait, hold on. So this is how he gets his trident in this version?
The one that he uses for this one, which is, I guess, a less powerful one. as established also by the Aquaman movie.
Because remember, in the Aquaman movie, he uses his mother's trident.
Also,
which,
also, by the way, this is this was originally shot in 2016, 2017. You know what that means, right? You know who's gonna show up here, right?
William Dafoe.
Well, him too, but there's another person that you might remember too.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So this is gonna be painful.
Hey, Willem Dafoe!
Yay!
That is pretty cool.
Unfortunately, it doesn't do much in this one.
I guess it's more than the Joss Whedon version, which completely cuts him off. I remember
that. Definitely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Which, this works. Ironically, this works better with the Aquaman movie, since going off of the original context, you have to wonder where the hell was this guy during Justice League.
That being said, I actually do have an answer to Joba's question from earlier. Remember, Joba, according to Zack Snyder, all of the shooting for his version of this movie was already done by the time he left the project. So this was indeed meant to, and was originally slated for a 2017 release. So this was meant to come out before the Aquaman movie all along. That was always the plan.
When I say that the Aquaman movie was supposed to come out before, I'm thinking plans way in advance. There he gets his mother's trident.
As for your other question, Jova, if you actually go back and check the first ever trailer for the Aquaman movie, you'll notice that it looks a bit different than the final product. So apparently the original idea with Aquaman was to make it look more in line visually and tonally wise with the Snyder stuff. But that got changed along the way, probably because
we do get a snippet of what it probably was still in the final movie with the final battle against Ocean Master when Aquaman jumps on the carrier, which, as I think I commented on when we did watch the movie, I get the idea maybe the original concept involved Arthur rising the human race and having the final climax against the Atlanteans, potentially.
On that note, anyone else find it funny that... Well, the funny thing is, if you recall correctly,
wait, the Saud is in this movie?
Sure, why not?
Neat.
Apocalypse resident pervert old man creepy scientist.
And sadomasochist.
See that this is also in line with.
It's like Doctor Doom if he was all chrome.
This goes in line with what Snyder did in BVS, where he would occasionally have these characters like Desaad and Brian Choi before just basically show up, but they're mostly here to, I guess, see fans, there's this character here, like he's not actually going to do anything, but there he is.
I'm more fine with Desaad because it makes sense he would be something of a correspondent.
He's not much of an action guy.
True.
Yeah, so, Desaad's definitely one who uses more words than action.
I think Pedro would have point if Granny Goodness showed up out of nowhere. I'm pretty confident Zack Snyder does not want her to show up.
Oh my god, how funny would it be if they actually brought Granny Goodness in, but played by J.K. Simmons as the mythology gag for...
If she was still alive, she would have been played by BR4.
Unfortunately,
BR4 would have been great for that.
Unfortunately, J.K. Simmons already has a role in this, so.
To be fair, we've seen actors play multiple characters in universes before.
That is true. I guess.
No further than Clancy Brown and MCU.
Neo before Desaad.
Yeah. But anyway, if I recall correctly, in the original Whedon cut, doesn't Aquaman get his trident, from Atlantis, the place that should be?
I think he just shows up like we did.
Yeah, he shows up with it because the scene was cut because Whedon is a fucking hack. But
Is he going to be able to do all that?
Alas.
Steppenwolf is such a bitch.
Again, there's no agree. Again, not even what was he called? The guy who was before Hal Jordan. Abin Sur. There's no Abin Sur in this continuity.
So that's Stewart.
Well, Abin Sur basically, if you don't remember the 2011 movie or the First Flight movie, Abin Sur was the de facto Green Lantern that was protecting Earth before Hal Jordan showed up.
I will say another thing I do like about this movie is that it does give Steppenwolf much more needed presence that he was sorely lacking.
There is some
in the
characterization in the. I remember that in Joss Whedon version he just exists, but in here I guess you can feel some of his tragedy.
Yeah, it definitely helps that he's animated better, so we get more proper looks at his face too. Whereas, God, I think he was as hard to track as a Bay former Decepticon in the original.
Oh boy.
Okay,
yeah,
Joe. Okay, Jova. So
sure did not find him again a couple of years ago.
Okay, Jova. So if I remember correctly, one of the things that you liked the most in the Whedon cut was the somewhat romantic subplot between these two, right?
Yeah.
Well, that was a Whedon thing, which means he will not be showing up in this movie. Sorry.
Wait, that was strictly a Whedon thing? Like, It seemed like they were even hinting that in Batman v Superman.
Remember, it's the same guy that tried to ship, make a weird ship out of the Hulk and Black Widow. Again, I know that you like it, but I don't really think Diana and Bruce are really great material together.
Oh, hey, Leonidas is in this movie.
That's not him.
I know.
But... I guess this is a new version of the flashback. Oh, there's a Green Lantern there.
The new Warcraft video game looks great.
Basically, it's her explaining the lore of Darkseid and all that stuff, the anti-life equation.
Where the entire world united, the Atlanteans and the Green Lanterns and everyone else.
Even the Amazons, apparently.
This looks like a long-lost sequel to 300 now, with the way it's shot and the lighting.
Yeah, I feel like this is definitely Snyder going, guys, also, I made 300!
For some reason... Okay, let me check it. So, who is Darkseid played by in this movie?
Debs, could you please check, if you don't mind?
I'm checking.
Alright, let's see how he looks.
Oh no, that's definitely something I'll say.
Character design is easy to do, so
he'll look even better later on. Actually, the positive that I will give, this is exactly how I've always imagined Darkseid to look in live action. So yeah, definitely succeeded there.
Oh, and they definitely do a good job showcasing the power that he pretty much boasts.
He's played by Darkseid is played by Ray Porter.
Okay.
Never heard of that guy before.
I have heard, but I don't remember specifically.
He was in films such as The Little Engine That Could. More recently, he was in Part 1 of Rebel Moon. And in terms of TV stuff, he was a few additional characters in Teen Titans, Sons of Anarchy, video games. He's been in Bioshock 2, amongst others.
Mm-hmm.
So
and if I understand correctly, much like with every other major continuity, Darkseid is after, what else? The anti-life equation.
Obviously. That plot thread will not be resolved because we never got what Zack Snyder was going to do after this. So. Mm-hmm.
Well, we can say he got defeated by Flash, apparently.
We'll get to that. Yeah, there you go.
Amazons, let's show him our prime courage.
Like, I'll give him credit. This is a pretty fly battle scene by the looks of it.
I can remember there was a Green Lantern also in the flashback of the Joss Whedon cut, but I don't remember if things were that different or not.
Okay, I know the power of Green Lanterns is basically whatever your imagination entails, but I take it there's a good reason why they can't just why a lantern can't just make a "fuck you, I win" device.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
It depends on two things: your creativity and your willpower. So
not only that, but
you need a good balance of both.
Not only that, but how much power you literally have left before you need to recharge it, too.
This is why someone like Guy Gardner, despite being an asshole, is very useful. Like he mentioned, he has the creativity of a potato, but good luck trying to actually dislodge him if he thinks of something.
Yeah.
Oh, and there goes the Green Lantern. Yeah, I'm sure the Guardians of Oa will be fine with this.
I like how the ring pretty much went right out of his grasp at the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
Although that would be something.
See,
Green
one thing-
Lantern, Darkseid.
See, my thing with this specific movie, both versions, I mean, is that I'm kind of like the same way with what Jove is regarding Sonic Unleashed. To me, the ideal scenario would be to have a merger of both cuts where we pick the best parts. Obviously, this version should be used as the base because it's the longer and more consistent version. But like I said, and I will point out later when we get to them, there are some plot beats that I far prefer the Whedon version over this. I've already mentioned the Wonder Woman thing where she kills a man for absolutely no reason, which is something that absolutely is... Well, again, I've complained about this in BVS. You already know where I'm going with this.
Also, I'm guessing that
that was supposed to be Ares, because that kind of axe wound like that probably means because here we saw Zeus before. Also, I get the idea the Olympian gods also joined the fight.
I'm wondering if that guy is either Ares or that's supposed to be Zeus, or
there it is.
Maybe he's supposed
to be
like.
For the record, in the regular DC comics, all religions exist in some kind of fashion, meaning all pantheons. So it could have been someone else, like Gog Magog. I don't know.
I was also wondering if maybe this was the Shazam of the time too.
Potentially,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, the day was saved thanks to an axe wound. And that's how the free member boxes remain to Earth. I will say this: he does a better job explaining how the free ended up here than in the Joss Whedon version.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, but yeah, I do agree with Paige with that. Whilst overall, I'd say I'm preferring this over the original. There are definitely some bouts where it does feel like this does maybe a little too much, or where the Whedon cut did have some better takes.
And trust me, Joe, wait till we got...
Yes, it should have ended that day, but evil was allowed to endure.
Trust me, Joe, wait till we get to Lois Lane.
Couldn't do it.
But Taylor, BBS told me she's the key in all of this.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk about that when we do part 2. Well, part 2 of the Blu-ray release, I mean. Technically, we're doing part 2 right now. God damn it! Couldn't you call this chapters, Zach? It's so fucking confusing. Like,
I guess he says, well, technically we put them on disc, so it's disc 1 and disc 2 with the parts.
Yeah, sure, fair. Okay, so when we get to disc 2, I'll talk about Lois Lane. It's not relevant now.
So yeah, man, Atlanteans and Amazon each got a box for themselves.
Yeah, I'll say that I do like this flashback overall.
No, this flashback is one of the better parts. Yeah.
I think it should have happened at the beginning. Like I said, these kind of flashbacks that tells about the lore of the world are best suited to be put at the beginning. There's a reason why Lord of the Rings has that kind of strong opening.
I just got back. Is this thing still going?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, it's to establish where they hid the boxes overall.
Well, okay, to do this credit, I feel while this is a good scene, I still feel like you could have easily trimmed it down a bit to not have it go on for like 10 minutes or however long this has been going.
I think reducing the slow motion also would have helped.
Yes, especially the slow motion.
Lord of the Rings.
Okay, I usually don't go for absolutes, but I think we can all agree that probably the biggest source of any pacing issues is Snyder's overuse of slow motion. And look, that's not to say that slow motion doesn't have a point and purpose. Snyder is a guy who does know how to use slow-mo at its best. He's just unfortunately also a guy who tends to overuse it and, well...
Also as a Negro.
Yeah.
Oh, come on,
From what I've heard, Rebel Moon is pretty much his slow motion fetish at its zenith.
What are you talking? Oh, Teo, the only reason you say that is because, as he put it, said you live in a fucking dream world.
Okay. The weird thing is, like Teo mentioned, people who work with Snyder have had pretty much nothing but nice stuff to say about him.
Hold on, part 3, Beloved Mother, Beloved Son. Go on.
Okay, I'm starting to lose the grip of his titles.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, I'm just gonna... Okay, granted.
Oh,
I
goody,
wonder.
are we talking about the Flash now?
Speaking
Actually, no, this
of
is Central
Speed
City.
ahead.
Well, this is not Keystone, but Barry's in this, okay?
Central Bark.
Okay, for the interest of fairness, let's try to not focus too much on IRL stuff involving Ezra Miller, aside from acknowledging that they are a shitty person. Just saying.
Yeah.
And that Warner Brothers sure backed the wrong horses back in the day,
So,
but
what is
there's a
Barry
time and
up to?
place.
Basically, right now, this is kind of something that was, if I remember correctly, was also implemented in the Flash movie. I mean,
The fact
Which-
that Barry still tells cringy jokes. Yeah, that's
oh
one
yeah, that's
thing
another thing. That's
I
another.
have heard. The
Yeah,
fact that apparently Barry's source of cringe was not really a Joss Whedon thing, but it was always there.
Okay, to Snyder's credit, the infamous brunch gag, that was Whedon. However,
And also
yes,
Barry falling on top of Wandy.
yeah, and him falling on top of one, that was also a Whedon thing. That being said, yeah, when I first watched,
Are you tired of this happening to you?
yeah, basically. That being said, yeah, I have to say, when I first watched the Snyder Cut back in 2021, I was quite baffled to see how, aside from the brunch joke, all of the Flash's crappy jokes are here, which means that all the crappy try-hard MCU-style jokes from Barry, that was a Snyder thing apparently, and it's so confusing to me because Snyder never does this kind of thing in his
Yeah,
movies.
the possibilities are two. Either this was Zack's idea in trying to push levity with it on his own, or the Ezra Miller improvised all of this, and Zack allowed it for the sake of trying to experiment.
I recall.
I'm sorry, John, I need to comment on that. Did we really need a slow-mo shot of that dog's mouth and throat?
To be
And the
fair,
slow-mo
if
is
one-
of this too.
if there's one case where Slobo is imperative to use, yeah, it will be for the Flash.
No, that I get. No, I'm not. It's not. I don't have a problem with slow-mo in this sequence. It's more so, did we really need a shot of that dog's throat?
I guess
It's
it's a
just-
case of trying to showcase the rest of the environment. They could have done it to a better angle, I suppose.
Also, they emphasize that his shoes explode when he.
Just the
Goes
shoes, though, not the
fast.
rest of the clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, aren't there other scenes where he does speed in his shoes too?
Mind you, again, the gist, if you're trying to say that the Speed Force rips off at least your clothes or something, it's not really how that works.
Allow me to remind you guys that
Is this supposed to
Barry.
be Iris?
Yes, it's Iris. Allow me to remind you, everybody, that Iris hasn't met Flash yet, so Barry right now is kind of coming across as kind of a creep.
Say what now? Wait, he hasn't met Iris at this point?
No, well, no, you have to watch the Flash
How
movie
they
for
meet,
that.
I guess.
This is foreshadowing for the Flash movie, basically, Jova.
Haha, it takes a lot.
But no, yeah.
We're trying to replicate the scenes from the X-Men movies involving Quicksilver, of course. It's just that it's not gel well. Again, I don't think this licensed song is the best, but I think it's still supposed to fit what is going on at the very least. It's just that mixing it with Barry's humor, it's not really working.
I mean, it's not too
And
bad,
again,
but I
as
do get.
Pedro said, he's coming. Barry's actually coming up as really creepy because of this.
Yeah.
Like, I get it, it's to show he's in love, but if you're telling me in the context of stuff that she doesn't even know him
Bye.
yet.
No, this is
That's,
this is the in the DCU, Joe, but this is their first meeting. You'll have to watch the Flash movie if you want more.
But hey, I'm sure the Flash movie will be able to tell an interesting, solo character story about how he got his powers and how he will stop Captain Cold or something.
Oh yeah.
From what I've heard, surprisingly, the Flash movie turned out better than people were expecting.
Me and Deji respectfully disagree. We found the movie to be complete shit, to be honest with you.
I really need to get around to seeing it.
Eventually.
Let me put it this way, Jova.
Shut up.
Let me put it this way, Jova. The time travel in the Flash operates on Final Fantasy 13-2 logic. Just to give you a little taste.
Go back until a certain point.
No, the whole future changes the past thing too.
Okay, maybe it's a thing that actually happens in some science fiction that we just ignore.
I guess. It's just that from a basic logic standpoint, it's just so nonsensical to me.
I mean, okay, as someone who has watched Doctor Who, it's more of a case of that happens if you only consider time in a linear way instead of being, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
Kudos to whoever animated Steppenwolf's suit there.
Mm-hmm. No, Steppenwolf looks good.
I can only hope they were not
like I said,
crunched.
it doesn't look like a PS3 model anymore.
I also do like how the spikes are constantly quailing like that too.
I guess it's supposed to represent his emotional state.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, nice.
You already have.
Yeah, New Gods technology tends to do that. A lot of brain melting.
I guess trying to resist isn't.
No,
yeah.
the new.
I guess trying to resist doesn't really work either.
No, the New Gods technology is basically on a different level. Like I said, Waves. The reason why the Divine and Magic manages to bypass that is because it's literally cheating.
Yeah. Okay. So. Oh, okay. Oh, great. More Lois Lane being sad.
Okay. And this actually does into my. Okay, this is actually one problem with Lois Lane that I can mention now. Okay. Here's the thing about Lois Lane. Lois Lane is a very independent, very strong-willed woman, as anybody who knows even remotely anything about her character will, of course, acknowledge what I'm saying right now, right? She spends the entirety of this movie crying and mourning over Superman, and she doesn't even go to work. Now, don't get me wrong. Obviously, Lois should be sad and grieving about Clark's death. Of course, she should. Obviously, I'm not saying against that. That being said, she just stops working altogether. I don't know. It feels like too much of an extreme. I feel like Lois should still be working despite her grieving because she's a stronger character than that to allow the death of Clark to not even do. If anything, doing her job would be a nice way to distract herself.
Admittedly, it's been a long time since I watched BBS, but also, isn't that a problem also in there, where her major contribution is to try to get to the spear, but she almost drowns herself in the process because of that?
Oh yeah, and it sucks there too.
No, that's what I was asking.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Hey.
In BVS's credit, though, in that movie, she's actually doing her job and trying to find out who shot the bullet. There's incredible problems about her plot in that movie too that I'm not going to go into right now, but at least she's doing something in that movie. In here, she does nothing. Once again, what a phenomenon. Go on.
But guys, she's the key to all of this.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Let me just finish, too. Again, this is Amy Adams. You got Amy freaking Adams to play Lois Lane, and you waste her so phenomenally in 3 movies now. It's frustrating. As an Amy Adams fan, this is so frustrating to me, you know? Go on.
Say that of almost any actor in this series.
Now we get.
All right, back to the best part. So now we're getting.
You completely.
Yeah, now we're getting Cyborg's backstory.
What were you wanting to say, Tio?
I forgot, Jove. Wasn't the Flash a major city Keystone instead of Central City?
No. Central City is Flash's.
I guess Keystone is either Green Arrow or Hal Jordan. I forgot.
More slow-mo.
I mean, I guess.
Wait. Okay, actually, Tio, you're technically right. Keystone City is for Flash, but it's for the first and third Flashes, Jay Garrick and Wally West.
I remember it because also the Arkham City mentions that Hugo Strange wanted to implement a Protocol 10 there.
In fact, Keystone City, Kansas is located across the Missouri River from Central City, Missouri in the DC universe. Hence, the proximity. But yeah, Central City is Barry Allen City. Yeah.
One thing I do want to mention about Cyborg's part of the movie, though, on its own, it's actually really good. Thing is, it feels like it's pointless in the grand scheme of this movie's main plot. Allow me to explain what I'm talking about. The main plot of this movie is the Justice League coming together, overcoming their differences, and taking down Steppenwolf. Again, just like the first Avengers movie, right? Thing is, Cyborg's plot about learning to live with his new life as a cyborg technically doesn't relate to that. Therefore, once again, they should have taken the MCU approach and actually have a cyborg movie to properly dedicate the entire movie to this plot instead of just trying to have an abridged version of it in this movie. You know what I mean?
I think it's the same problem we encountered in Justice League War. They're trying to cram it so much that each individual part doesn't feel like it's important.
This is one of the big pacing problems now that I can talk about it. See, yes, the cyborg stuff is really good in a vacuum. Again, I would love to see this in an actual proper cyborg movie. But when you put it here in the middle of the Justice League movie, and remember, this plot doesn't really relate to what's going on with Steppenwolf and the Mother Boxes. It's just its own unique self-contained thing that doesn't relate. As a result, it makes the movie feel bloated and overstuffed. Again, make a proper cyborg movie to tell this story.
Part of me starts to understand why James Gunn would just decide to apply the reboot button at this point, but go on, Joe, in the meantime.
And I think I get why. Okay, aside from the fact that it was definitely due for his actor and how terribly he was treated, I feel like there's another reason why Cyborg is the one getting this special treatment here.
Well, he's supposed to be connected. He's literally connected to one of the mother boxes. Yeah, he's on the road. Yes,
okay. Yeah, that I get. I'm talking about, why we're probably getting the most fleshed out backstory for Cyborg out of all the characters who had not yet gotten a backstory here.
Yeah.
Is that, well, Cyborg is probably the newest member in terms of recency to Justice League. Okay, for those who may not recall, Cyborg is typically, well, at the time was a Teen Titan. So, but at some point, DC thought, hey, let's start putting Cyborg on every team. Like, hell, there was even a point where he was being put on the Doom Patrol show of all things for some reason, even though that's usually supposed to be Beast voicing. But yeah.
So basically, Cyborg came about because of the basic lesson in Always Look Where You're Driving.
Yeah, the mom is a shit driver.
I'll also say I appreciate the way the actor of Dr. Stone delivered the emotional, wreckage that he had seeing, his son being basically a vegetable.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Again, like I said, this is the best part of the movie. I just wish we had an actual proper cyborg movie so we can fully flesh this out entirely. It's good as it is, don't get me wrong, but it could be so much better if it was an actual cyborg movie, separate from this. Like, it would be like, imagine if the Avengers movie, imagine if instead of having a Thor movie, the first Thor movie, right, we tried to stuff in a half-hour Thor backstory in the middle of the first Avengers movie. You know what? That's basically...
That would have been especially jarring, given that Loki is the villain of the Avengers movie.
Okay, that's true. Let me pick a better example. The Captain America. Imagine if instead of having the Captain America first Avenger movie before the first Avengers movie, we had the 30-minute abridged version of Steve's origin story in the middle of the first Avengers movie. That's basically what they're doing here. And again, it makes the movie feel bloated and overstuffed to the point where... Go on.
Sorry.
No, go on.
Finish up. Okay. Like, the sad thing is, like, when you get down to it, Hulk in the Avengers movie might as well have been a different Hulk as far as we knew at the time, and yet they introduced him just fine. Granted, I guess Hulk's shtick is easy to get, but I do digress that I do feel like, at the very least, Hulk is an example of sort of introducing a character, kind of.
Oh yeah, here's the thing, Jova. For as confusing as it was at the time, we still had the recent 2008 Hulk movie in people's memory. So people at the time were familiar with the Hulk's origin. So there wasn't a need to go over it again so soon. With Cyborg, Cyborg deserves its own movie. Don't put a 30-minute abridged version in the middle of the Justice League movie.
That's actually a good segue for me. I love Cyborg. Cyborg. He was, at a time, one of my favorite Teen Titan. Yet even I feel like, them suddenly putting him on all these teams may have been... I don't want to immediately jump to conclusions, but kind of felt like that was their way to have a black character. Without just doing the obvious thing and adding in Jon Stewart as the Green Lantern.
So yeah, this is him realizing how he can use
his powers.
Yeah, basically, he's controlling everything in the world, like computers and shit, and we see this through a visualization thingy, basically.
That's actually not a bad take.
Oh, no, it's not.
It's also one of the moments of Zack Snyder's cinematography trying to shine through, because let me tell you, we're technically almost halfway through the movie. I'm not seeing... There are some spots, but I'm not really seeing the same kind of great cinematography that you normally uses for stuff like 301.
You're starting to see...
But yeah, more accurately, we're a quarter of the way through the whole movie.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're starting to see what I mean. They literally put the Steppenwolf Mother Box Darkseid plot on pause just so we can introduce Cyborg for 30 minutes. It's like, this is not how you do it. Give Cyborg again, like Jova said, it's not that the whole let's go the Justice League movies and only then do the solo movies first couldn't work, but there's a reason why the MCU did solo movies before Avengers. This is the easiest way to get this shit done. Give Cyborg his own movie before you put him in the Justice League. Go on, Jova.
And I guess, before someone mentions it, yes, Hawkeye and Black Widow did not have their own movies by the time of Avengers. The thing is, though, the main focus was on, the superpowered guys, essentially. That's not to say that Black Widow and Hawkeye didn't still play noticeable roles. They certainly did, but... Well, okay, actually, to be fair, Hawkeye also had 4 to show up before then.
Remember, Hawkeye was
Black Widow showed up in Iron Man 2.
Yeah, remember, Black Widow was introduced in Iron Man 2, and Hawkeye was introduced in the first 4 movies. So they were already introduced beforehand. They weren't given, full-blown movies, but they were introduced before.
Yeah.
Whereas Cyborg has been completely non-existent in the DCU up until Justice League. Which means now we have to stop the movie for 30 minutes so we can introduce newcomers to Cyborg.
And I should also mention, while I do like that he gets arguably the best stuff in the movie, even the visuals, which are top-notch here, God, it makes me wonder, if the DCEU had been going on like this, would this have meant that this would have been considered Cyborg's movie and then he wouldn't have gotten his own movie proper? Because... Boy would have gotten the shaft even more.
Yeah, that's the weird part. What exactly was Zack's plan? So there was going to be a Cyborg movie after this, and yet you give us the 30 minutes of his origin story in your Justice League movie. So what exactly was the Cyborg movie going to be about then?
I suppose, like Tio mentioned, maybe the reason is because Cyborg is heavily tied to the Mother Boxes, which was also kind of a thing in the New 52 and Justice League War, so maybe that was the reason, but I don't know.
No, but remember, in this movie, they destroy the Mother Boxes by the end, as we saw in the Whedon cut, so...
I'm guessing, if I had to hazard a guess, maybe it would have been a vehicle for Cyborg to actually go to check the new gods and study their technology.
Like Jova was saying earlier, this was always the major problem with the first few years of the DCEU. Warner Bros. Jumped the gun instead of being patient and actually building up to this movie properly, like they should have. If they have actually kept their pants on, this could have been a whole different history with the DCEU. There's a reason why we introduce characters before we put them in crossovers.
Oh, goody.
Barry, right. Speaking of subplots.
Okay.
By the way, I know you're in prison, but when's your upcoming plastic surgery job, Dad?
Yeah.
They changed the actor for the Flash movie?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, you can get plastic surgery in prison. How nice. Okay, that's a neat little cheeky way to reference how he got into his
Just the way
profession.
it's conveyed. Once again, taking aside the IRL stuff, Ezra Miller for the role makes the character sound excessively whiny, which Barry Allen was not.
Yeah.
I should mention, in this and 2017's Justice League, Billy Crudup played Henry Allen, but in the Flash, he's played by Ron Livingston.
Why does he look like Arthur Fleck?
Like, this kind of behavior probably fits better Wally West. Wally was young, more rash, and he was also Teen Titan at some point. So, of course, would have more inexperience and, of course, a more bratty attitude. Not really.
That's the thing. I feel like, okay, it is no secret that for a good duration of time, Wally West was actually the most popular Flash. Like, heck, even I as a kid grew up with him thanks to the DCAU, essentially. So when they eventually brought Barry Allen back from the dead, yeah, for those who don't know, he was dead for a pretty long time. Thanks to Infinite Crisis. I feel like DC had this weird obsession with what they consider the legacy version of a character. Like, you remember how for Green Lantern, they could have gone with Jon Stewart or Kyle Rayner, but nope, they had to go with Hal Jordan. And you know what? To be fair, Hal Jordan is an iconic Green Lantern member, and at the time of his movie, he had recently gotten off of being screwed over massively after being turned into the villain Parallax, which was thankfully retconned to just be a giant yellow space bug, but I digress. But all the same, I do feel like DC were more obsessed with having Hal Jordan rather than a potentially more interesting Green Lantern, which brings me back to the point of Barry Allen. DC lately have seemed to have been trying to push Barry Allen as the definitive Flash, which is kind of a tricky thing to do given that, sorry, buds, Wally West was pretty much the face of Flash.
Oh, we're still getting the scene where Batman confronts Barry.
Yeah, this was, okay. And yes, that scene in the prison with the dad, that's the only thing you get in terms of introducing the Flash to newcomers, because, again, remember, the Flash movie, as we all know, took its sweet-ass time coming out, so...
for a multitude
of reasons, but I'm not going to go into the Flash movie for now, because we have a commentary for that eventually, but the point is... the Flash is, unlike Cyborg, who gets special treatment, the Flash is probably the one that gets the worst treatment in terms of introductions, because we just have that prison scene where they literally verbally explain what happened. We don't get any flashbacks like we do with Cyborg. This is the big problem. This could have worked better if, like Theo said earlier, Zack did the same structure he did with the Watchmen movie, right? Unfortunately, no. Only Cyborg gets the flashback treatment.
Real sign language.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no. Only Cyborg gets the flashback treatment.
Also, Rick and Morty.
Either do the Watchmen thing or have solo movies before this one. Pick one.
Barry's the kind of guy who just watches Rick and Morty constantly.
Oh, here you go. Here's the scene. Go on, Jova.
It'd have been funny if he got the wrong person on the blade.
You were saying, Jova?
What was I talking about?
I was talking about give the Flash flashbacks as well, like we do for Cyborg, but they don't. Go on.
But in regards to what I was talking about with Barry. In trying to make Barry the definitive Flash, it feels like they tend to inject a lot of the mannerisms of Wally West into more modern showings of Barry Allen, which just feels like, my dudes, Wally West was more the wisecracker. Barry was, yes, the nerd, but he wasn't as much the wisecracker as Wally West in that regard. Like, just let Wally West be Wally West, let Barry Allen be Barry Allen, and please, for the love of God, don't screw over Wally West. Oh, wait, Heroes in Crisis happened. Thank God that got retconned.
Yeah, here's the thing about the Flash in this movie. Unlike the Whedon cut, the Snyder cut is much more dour and serious in tone, as typical for Zack Snyder movies. As a result, the Flash
feels very out of tone.
It feels very out of tone and out of place in this movie. See,
So like
I'll say
how Lex Luthor was in BVS.
Yeah.
I'll say, for me, the tone doesn't feel too dour. Like, yes, it's definitely a lot heavier than the Whedon cut, but Barry doesn't feel too out of place humor-wise for me. What? Yes,
music,
Mercedes-Benz.
No, the music.
You are not alone.
Sunday
Wait,
Driver.
is that the Match of the Day logo?
And now we cut to a scene of Wonder Woman making coffee with Alfred.
With Alfred. Oh, well, Jeremy Irons' Alfred is class, so any excuse to have the camera on him, I'll take
One thing that Doug Roger, one of my favorite running gags in Doug Roger One's review of this movie is him putting that clip from Guardians of the Galaxy 2 with Star-Lord saying, "You are wasting a lot of time here."
Okay, I recently saw another film with Jeremy Irons in at the cinema called The Beekeeper.
Yeah, wait. Oh, wait, Jeremy Irons is in The Beekeeper?
Yeah.
So what exactly is the dealio with The Beekeeper? I've been hearing about that project.
Jason Statham plays a beekeeper who's also a secret government agent, and he makes quite a few bee puns while trying to save the day.
And people love that movie, apparently.
It's fine.
Yeah, just to move along.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we are. That's my review of the movie. It's fine.
Okay.
We'll get more to it at some point in the future, but let's move on.
Okay, much as I love Jeremy Irons' Alfred, I do agree that this is maybe a scene that could have... Well, okay, unless the scene is establishing something.
Not particularly, no, if I remember correctly. See, the thing is...
Well, he just used a Kryptonian energy weapon onto Bruce Gauntlet. I guess it might be coming handy when Superman Resurrection happens.
See, the thing about this movie is that, again, when you break it down, it's basically the same plot as the first Avengers movie. Thing is, it's twice as long.
Okay,
like, this movie doesn't need to be this long. And again, one of the main reasons why it's as long as it is because, again, we have to introduce all these characters, Flash, Aquaman, and especially Cyborg, because Warner Bros. Didn't allow us to make solo movies beforehand. So, yeah. Go on.
I think okay. If I understand correctly, usually whenever an extended cut of a movie, or a director's cut is released, that's usually them just including all deleted footage, correct?
Yes.
Well, then I do see a potential issue here, and the dealio with director's cuts is if they put in all deleted scenes, sometimes that includes the ones that were deleted for the best, which I guess ironically might leave it up to the fans to make the ideal cut, which includes some of the extended scenes, but not all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, granted, I guess I can only wonder how much we can fault Snyder for how this cut was released. In terms of it adding in all the scenes, which, if that is the default for how they do this stuff.
Well, hold on. Allow me to remind you, this cut was assembled by Zack Snyder, him and his team. This is the version he intended us to watch.
Oh, true. It's just from what I understand, extended version, director's cuts by default include all the scenes.
Yeah, this is Zack Snyder wants us to watch this entire thing. This is his vision, according to even Warner Bros. Saying, "Oh, we even put it in 4:3, just the way he shot it."
Again, in all of my experience, Jova, the only real movie where I do argue the director's cut, is worse than a trimmed version is You're the Hunter from the Future, because let me tell you, the original 4-hour version miniseries is not worth it. So even scenes for a movie like this where it would be considered meandering, I do believe they still do have a purpose of some kind. And honestly, I'd rather take a version that includes everything as much as possible, just to give value also to things that were shot.
Yeah, my problem is that it's boring for me because I'm not invested in these versions of the characters. I'm invested in Wonder Woman because her first movie was good, but I don't like this Superman and I still stand by the fact that I hate that I'm gonna break you moment from Superman in BVS. But again, I've read enough about that.
I do agree that it comes down to how much you are invested with this cinematic universe. Like me personally, I was overall fine with the DCU. Mind you, that doesn't mean I was content or completely satisfied. I still did think that it needed to do better, but I never really particularly hated, had to fake his death.
Yeah. Because I hated Man of Steel. Man of Steel is a terrible Superman movie. I also hated Batman v Superman because I feel like it's also a terrible Batman and Superman movie as well. Completely misunderstands the source material it draws from, Death of Superman and The Dark Knight Returns. So it's really difficult for me to be invested in these versions of the characters because they're shit versions of these characters. If these, yes, obviously people like me, Joe, and Theo already know these characters from previous incarnations, so obviously we can try to just watch it on that account, but it shouldn't be like that. These versions of these characters should work regardless of how much better their other versions were.
Also, I find it particularly funny that in both versions of a movie, basically they still admit that still after the events of BVS, they still haven't dislodged the Kryptonian ship from when it crashed. And I don't understand why.
It also doesn't help.
They built a lab around it, hence the Star Lab.
Yeah, the Star Lab. I get it, but it wouldn't be more easy just to try to dislodge it.
It also doesn't help that...
heavy.
Yeah. It also doesn't help that, again, the characters who do get introduced via this movie, Flash and Aquaman, they get very, very sloppy seconds in terms of, and with Cyborg clearly getting all the major attention. And there's also the fact that there's also a significant, like Dr. put it on his review, there's a significant problem where the only one of the Justice League members who actually has a proper character arc are Cyborg and to a lesser extent Aquaman. Flash doesn't really have much of anything aside from actually I don't think I can even muster anything. Batman doesn't really have much of a character arc here either, as I'll talk about it later. It becomes hard to the Whedon cut. Now I can talk about something about the Whedon cut actually, because again, for as bad as the Whedon cut was, it did try to give Diana and Bruce a bit more to it, specifically with their little things about. Yes, we can talk about whether you like the idea of Bruce and Diana being a thing or not. Obviously, that's a whole nother subject matter altogether. But at least it was an attempt to try to give them something to do. Hey, J.K. Simmons.
As Commissioner Gordon. I guess this is the movie where you guys saw the most.
Yes.
Again, when all of these crisis events starts to happen, usually in every kind of continuity, you have to wonder what characters like the Penguin, or Victor Freeze, think, looking outside the window and seeing all the shit happening.
Freeze occasionally contends with it. Penguin comedically sometimes does deal with it in his own special way too, but
like the closest we got, Jova, was in Infinite Crisis, where the Joker was not invited with the Secret Society of Supervillains, and that got his revenge against the alternate version of Lex Luthor. So...
Okay, this, if I remember correctly, this is the they've gone scene.
Well, I mean, yeah, they met, but basically you were like, please join us, and he was like, fuck you, and then left.
God, that's
still not funny.
Extreme.
It wasn't funny in the Whedon. It wasn't funny in the Whedon cut, and it's not funny here.
Shut up.
I'll admit, I still don't hate Flash in here. I'll admit that the jokes aren't landing for me as well as they did in the original cut.
Well, technically this is the original cut, but I know what you mean.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
The original theatrically released version.
Mouthful, but
oh god, it's this scene. No.
Oh god,
Yeah,
is this
I know.
Was
We
also
got
in
a
the original.
It was, yeah.
The Steppenwolf. Yeah, get the. Oh, okay. We get to see Mara. Okay, then.
Great. Well, I got a real kick out of the MCU's Moon Knight Disney Plus series, who took a jab at Wonder Woman 1984 because of that thing with the controversy.
Mira, are you all right? Why do you sound British all of a sudden?
Well, it's because the writers have decided that this is what I sound like for the time being.
But you had an American accent when I last spoke with you.
Well, that was because I was in the English Channel at some point. The water currents in there left a bit of stuff in my throat.
Do any of you know if Amber Heard is in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
However, technically reduced, but she's still present.
Yes, I think she's barely in the movie.
Okay.
From what I have heard, Jason Momoa was trying to get her booted out of the film completely, but apparently Elon Musk, of all people, prevented her from being booted out of the movie in wake of the Depp trial. Like, the more I hear about Aquaman 2's development procedure, the stranger it sounds. Alright, go on, Tio.
In case you're wondering, you might be wondering because you don't know the source material about, how Steppenwolf manages to, stay underwater. The new gods usually, again, are on a different level and can do shit like this. So.
I think Doug was the one put it best when it comes to this specific moment here.
That was actually quite kind of brutal.
Mm-hmm. God damn it. Come on, Arthur.
Sorry, she's an Aquaman 1, so gotta prevent a time paradox.
Yeah, I know she's played by an absolute bitch, but I mean, if she died, all of humanity.
I guess this also serves to
a black hole. So
I guess this also serves to give Arthur an extra motivation for getting his mother's trident.
Man, like, towards its death, the DCU really did just have everything coming down on it. The actors it hired, the ones that they chose to stay with, versus the one that they fired wrongfully and all that. Not to mention how it was all being handled. Like, I do wish things could have been fixed proper, but I do get why James Gunn probably decided to just go scorched earth on the thing, too. Yeah.
Has anyone told you your accent keeps changing? Yes, people have told me my accent keeps changing. Can we please move on?
Oh my god, it just changed again.
What? Sorry, Arthur. God damn it.
In case you're wondering, I saw also the version of The Stand in which she participates in. She actually acted in. She's not much better in that.
Yeah. I guess this woman is just useless all around.
I'm pretty sure there has to be a good spot in her career.
Okay, like, she was... Actually, no, I don't even recall. Actually, no, she probably wasn't even that amazing in Aquaman. Like, to be fair... Okay, like, I don't want to act like that is completely her thing, but damn, I do have to wonder if a lot of her claim to fame was using who she was married to at the time before things got, well, apparently they were always sour, but, you know, before that came out in the open.
Okay, she was in Machete Kills, but I don't remember that movie much. I'll need to see it again.
So was Aquaman like her first big role?
Absolutely not. She has been working since 2004.
Well, yeah, but like, you know, what's been like her big lead stuff?
Zombieland, probably. If not that...
No, I'm just reacting to the movie too. Go on.
If not that, probably North Country, 2005.
Never heard of that
To
movie.
be fair, no, that was a Bond, so I don't know.
Alright, this is a good enough time as any to...
2 down, 1 to go.
This is another good time to bring up another point that I agree with Dark Lord Shadow 1. We're 1 hour and 50 minutes into this.
Oh, so that's why the red sky was there in the Whedon cut.
Exactly, and this scene was deleted.
Red sky.
And this scene was deleted because Joss Whedon is an idiot. Anyway, we're 1 hour and 51 minutes nearly into this thing. And so far, I have yet to see the superheroes do some actual superheroing. By this point, the first Avengers movie was about to wrap up. And yet this movie has yet to properly get going.
We have seen some acts of heroism, like Aquaman saving people, Flash saving people.
Yeah.
Wonder Woman helped out there. So
yeah, okay. So it at least clears the hurdle of the 2005 Fantastic Four movie.
Yeah. It's just like, there you go, part 4. Change Machine. Change Machine. What kind of title is that?
Change Machine broke. Understandable. Have a great day.
Wait, are they? Wait. Change Machine. What is Batman? Does Batman need change for a quarter?
Please tell me they do the teleportation thing with Batman. I just want to see that happening in this movie.
I don't think they do too. Sorry.
Wait, was that a bit of the 1989 theme I heard?
Yes.
I don't.
Well, actually, no. Never mind. You're having flashbacks to the 2017 version, Jova. Yes, when Danny Elfman took over the score for the Whedon cut, he inserted both the Williams Superman theme and his own Batman theme. However, in this version, Tom Olkenborg is the one doing everything. So he has his own original stuff in here.
It's a good thing Sheer is not around for this.
I will say that I can definitely tell this is from the original Snyder cut because, you know, this is versus in the Whedon cut where Affleck looked way more tired. Like, here he looks better and like he actually cares.
Yeah, that's the thing. This particular scene looked like shit in the Whedon cut. Like seriously.
I have to wonder if it was like rushed and that's why it didn't look good. Like this looks way better.
Well, I mean, knowing him and
I get it, there is a storm going on, but it's becoming a bit obnoxious.
Well, knowing what happened between Whedon and Fisher, I wonder if a lot of times I'm wondering if you could just cut a lot of the cyborg stuff out of spite.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if that was the case.
Oh, here you go.
Yeah, baby!
Oh, no, yeah. Yeah, technically, yeah.
Okay, I kind of like the fact that it's the Flash, the one that was left behind.
Yeah.
You get
Congratulations, movie. We have a moment featuring the Flash that was actually funny.
I don't know. I still don't care for that. I still don't. Maybe it's just because I hate Ezra Miller, but like I just don't like their take on the Flash.
Okay. Like you said earlier, like there are plenty of reasons to hate Flash because of Ezra Miller, but let's try and
No. But even aside from that, I just don't like their acting in this role.
What the fuck?
It's just like, I just don't find it funny.
Oh wow, Batman actually doing detective work.
Question, sir: have you seen Matt Reeves' Batman movie?
The Batman?
The Batman, yes.
Not yet.
It's the one where he does the most detective work. Like if you like your detective Batman, that's the movie for you.
Okay. I've heard pretty much nothing.
It's a fantastic movie.
I mean,
yeah,
I enjoy it overall. Even if even if the Batman is only an hour shorter than this movie.
Wait, really?
It's a much better movie that justifies its runtime, though. I'll tell you that much.
But you're telling me that movie is also nearly 4 hours long?
3 hours.
3 hours.
Again, please mention 1 hour.
It's nearly 3 hours, yeah.
Except it actually has enough plot and substance to back it up.
Justice League heroes. Oh goody, the fight in the silo. Okay.
If there's one thing I can assure you, there is no awkward scene of the Flash falling on Wonder Woman's boobs.
Yeah, that was a Whedon thing.
The fight with Superman, anyway.
No, that was in this scene, I think.
Yeah, I think it was in the.
That was the fight.
Yeah, I think it was in this during this fight.
Yeah.
Let me check.
Regardless, it's a Whedon thing, so we don't have to deal with it here. All right, finally. All right. Time for the Justice League to come together and kick some ass. No shit,
wait. Yeah, you're
Sherlock.
right. That did happen in the silo. Okay. I don't inherently hate Flash in this movie. I feel like he serves his purpose relatively fine.
What they're trying to do is inexperienced. Flash is inexperienced, and as such needs to learn the gist of also working with a team.
No, that I get. I just wish his jokes were better.
Yeah, I just wish Barry wasn't cringe as fuck. Yeah.
Okay, some of his jokes work, but I'll admit it's even more noticeable here that a lot of them don't work. And even if that was the point, I do feel like they overplay it just a little bit. Booyah.
Fortunately, you remember how when Cyborg says "booyah" in the Whedon cut, Fisher sounds like he's in pain when he says it.
God, I honestly forgot he even says "booyah" in the Whedon cut.
He does, but he doesn't say it in this cut.
Also, I guess the idea that the flashback was essentially a parallel to what's happening now, because technically this Justice League is actually a proper union of Atlantia and the Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
We're just missing the Green Lantern, I guess.
Yeah. Go on.
I think I wouldn't mind him saying "booyah" in this. The issue is okay, the Whedon cut really cuts out a lot of the tragedy that is synonymous with Cyborg. Not to say that it's all tragedy with him, but Cyborg is one of those characters who has a lot more heavy stuff to deal with and gets a bit of a raw deal, essentially.
Sorry, go on.
The "booyah" is a line that could work, but it should come near the end when he has finally come to terms with stuff. Whereas, if I recall correctly, the "booyah" was also in the silo scene, which... yeah, would have been a bad placement.
Well, that's the thing. Joe. In the Whedon cut, they removed all of Cyborg's backstory anyway, so it wouldn't be earned regardless. So...
well, to be fair, they do still hint that he has stuff going on with his father.
I guess, but it's so completely brushed over. Does it even matter in the grand scheme of things for that particular version of the movie? Honestly, compared to this version, it's so much better. This version here.
Well, I mean, I'll say this, even in the original cut, I felt like it was obvious that Cyborg was getting the shaft, story-wise. I mean, granted, Soul 2 was Flash, but Cyborg, it was... well, okay, given what we found out and what we, pretty much know in the long run, it is definitely apparent that Cyborg was especially getting the short end. Especially since we knew from the get-go that Flash was definitely getting a movie. Like, Flashpoint, for those who don't recall, is a movie that we've known about for, I think almost half a decade now at this point, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That scene with the gauntlet was for this, to justify why Batman can actually absorb the energy weapons of the parademons.
See, the thing
is... the Nightcrawler. Sir, the Nightcrawler is in a completely different dimension.
Just do it, Alfred.
The giant mechanical spider. But anyway...
Wait. Wow, so they improved the technology from Wild Wild West, at least.
I guess credit where credit is due in that regard.
Also, I guess if this is supposed to be Chernobyl, I guess it raises a bit of a plot hole in a sense. Why is no one of the heroes exposed to or even the prisoner exposed to radiation?
Wait, hold on. I thought this was just a silo. I don't recall them ever stating that this is Chernobyl.
Steppenwolf specifically mentioned when he gets behind that it's radioactive.
I mean, that could go for a ton of other silos.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that does sound like Chernobyl.
Okay, I get the showcasing is cool and everything, but I have to say this movie is becoming more and more obnoxious with the flashing as it goes on. It's not causing me a problem, but I can tell you Shiri would have not been able to watch this movie.
Yeah, that's why I purposely left her out of this because well, that's definitely other things, but yeah, this is definitely not helping. Definitely. Okay, here's the other thing about it. Like the best appeal of Avengers and Justice League stories is seeing all these characters from all these different comic lines. I mean, come together and see how they interact, how their personalities bounce off each other. Right? It's all about the great characters that we fell in love with. Thing is, again, because Zack Snyder's DCEU did a very poor job of introducing all of these characters, aside from Wonder Woman, who had an excellent first movie. This concept feels very like Justice League movie feels very unrealized in its potential. This effect was good in the Whedon version. This one, I like this one. I do like this moment in both versions. Yeah, this is a good use of the
plot. It tries to showcase the idea that Barry is trying to operate more as a team player and having everything fall into place.
Yeah. See, I would like the Flash a lot better if he just did things like this and just shut his mouth. Aside from Wonder Woman, these versions of these characters have been poorly introduced, poorly defined up until this point. Remember, this is before the Aquaman movie, right? So this doesn't really feel like the first Avengers. Again, the reason the first Avengers worked so well is because those solo movies really did a good job introducing people to the characters, making people invested in said characters. So by the time the first Avengers came out, people were aching to see how these characters would interact now that they've been put together. This movie does not achieve the same effect, not particularly. Again, Cyborg and Wonder Woman are the only established characters in this movie. And even then, Cyborg could have been better because why couldn't that 30-minute sequence be its own movie to make it even better?
So, if I may, I feel like there was a way. There was a way for this to work. Let's say that, yes, you have to introduce a lot of these characters, but on the plus side, Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman have gotten their own movies and introductions. See, this can work because we technically have sort of seen this work, granted TV show was with the DCAU. For those who don't recall, the way the DCAU goes is first came the Batman animated series, then came the Superman animated series. There's also Batman Beyond and the Static Shock series, which are technically canon as well, but not as much a focus. But I digress. By the time of Justice League, it was mainly just Superman and Batman who had gotten their own shows. Flash had actually cameoed, well, not just cameoed, but guest starred in the Superman show, but that was essentially it. Justice League was able to work, and, its intro, which was essentially a free episode, so call it a small animated movie of its own, worked well enough, with us just knowing about Superman and Batman, but managing to introduce Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Hawkgirl, Martian Manhunter, and The Flash, all in that bout while making a good overall introduction here. Now, I'm just going off of the intro because, if I were to count the whole series, no duh, they fleshed them out over the course of a series. A TV show has a lot more liberties than movies. But my point is, if you wanted to work with the movie as is, don't spend... yes, he came to help. If you wanted to make this work, focus on the team bond. Maybe give some hints of, the character origins, but commit to saving the full character origins for their own movies instead of having to half-ass it and, maybe just do half of their origin but save the full picture for their own movies. By all means, share little bouts of it, but they should have focused first and foremost on these as a unit team overall, And I feel like if we had focused on how these people work as a unit and team and build that up, that could have made the team a character in and of itself, which could work as a launching point for the movies of their own. That's just my own 2 cents here. Ideally, it would have been best still to give each character their own movie, but I do believe that they could have made this strategy of doing the team before the other individual movies work, if they knew what they were doing.
That's the other problem as well. They didn't really know what they were doing because, again, Man of Steel, I still regard that as one of the worst superhero movies ever made. I fucking hate that movie so much.
Okay, not just that, Pedro, but let's also remember what was going on at the time with Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
They were literally changing course in tone, projects, and everything, and Suicide Squad is the most apparent one, since that movie is essentially a Frankenstein's monster where you can legit tell which era you're in from each scene overall. So
I won't say David Ayer was entirely blameless for how Suicide Squad turned out, but
I still
a lot of shit happened.
Yeah, I still would have liked to see his version of the movie because according to David Ayer, it exists, and they could very easily release it. They don't even have to reshoot anything; it's just there and ready to go. So Warner Bros. Could easily release that shit, but they don't want to because, again,
they don't even want to release actual movies that they have anyway. What chance do they have?
Okay.
I am honestly
To be fair, from what I understand, that is strictly Zaslav's thing. And yeah, I get it. He's the owner of Warner Bros. But, it is so apparent that Zaslav is the one puppeteering that one that I kind of feel bad when Warner Brothers as a whole gets blamed for it because plenty of people within have voiced their issues with it. But I do get that,
Also, I get the mistake. The place where Steppenwolf was interrogating the prisoner was not the Chernobyl's, silo. It was another place.
It's abundantly clear to me after all these years that Warner Brothers is completely run and full of complete and utter idiots.
It seems like Warner Brothers' pattern is they get bought up by somebody because they're going.
I know this. This is apparently a bad plot point that I heard people talking about. The entire reason why Darkseid will come back to this, and Steppenwolf is surprised that the anti-life equation is on this planet, and apparently the rest of the New Gods forgot that he was here.
there ever been any incarnation of DC where mother boxes respond to people who've lost their mothers?
I'm not gonna dignify that. Go on, Trevor.
No, that wasn't a joke. I was actually asking seriously.
It's not worth answering anyway. Go on, Trevor.
But okay. Wait, hold on. Wait, we're almost halfway through the movie. Weren't we near to the climax at this point after they had gotten... Well, okay, I know there's the whole Resurrect Superman thing.
Yeah.
But,
that's one thing I will at the very least give Whedon. Again, don't read this as an endorsement of him. He looked at this thing and thought, okay, this thing needs some serious trimming down because this thing doesn't need to be 4 hours long. You could easily have trimmed this down to 3 hours tops.
Right. Back to what I was talking about. Now I remember. Yeah, I do feel that this could have worked, but yeah, like, as we've established, DC was kind of on fire. Like, okay, here's the problem with Warner Brothers, and it isn't entirely their fault. It's that Warner Brothers have a tendency to go into debt. So they go on for sale, and then somebody else buys them. If I recall at the time, it was, who were the ones who owned them at the time of this movie? This was before Zaslav.
Yeah, I think this was before AT&T, I think.
Oh, wait, no. I think AT&T were the ones who owned them at this time. You'll recall AT&T had the brilliant idea of putting all their movies on HBO Max in conjunction or before their theater releases. The idea was supposedly that this would make HBO Max so popular that AT&T would have the power to make a subscription service exclusive to their own wireless network or something. It didn't go well. Warner Brothers went into debt again, which led to AT&T buying them. Like, the thing about Warner Brothers is it feels like a lot of their problems are due to the people who buy them at the time. As we're seeing right now with Zaslav. Ugh.
You know, Jova, I've always wondered, considering the video games at the time, particularly Injustice, was not particularly shy of, having tying products to the DC movies we're going around, like having Enchantress because the Suicide Squad movie. I'm surprised we didn't get Steppenwolf as a DLC character.
Yeah, a lot.
Still had Darkseid as the pre-order DLC character. That was it.
Alright, since this one is almost over, let me just mention something real quick. Okay, this is the other thing, and they're already building up to when Darkseid eventually invades Earth and we get the big confrontation, the Justice League versus Darkseid. As we all know, that's not going to happen because this is the last of the DCU, the Snyder version of the DCU at least. Which is that's another problem. A lot of this movie also has build up and set up for what would be the other two Justice League movies that Zack Snyder was to make after this one. As a result, it makes the viewing experience somewhat unsatisfying because you get so much setup with no payoff because, again, the following movies are never going to come. So it also becomes a kind of like, and I get it, that's beyond just Zack Snyder's control. But like when you just watch the movie on its own, you're like, it does create a bit of an unfulfilling feeling, to watch all this potentially cool stuff be built up, and we're not going to get any of the payoffs because, well, no more movies after this. So.
But of course, Pedro, the biggest tragedy is that we never get to see the payoff for what Lois was the key to.
Oh, don't worry, actually, Java, we will. Well, okay, we won't, but technically we know what it is because Zack Snyder told us. Yeah. But we'll talk about it in disc when we get to disc 2. Let's just say Zack's plans for after this were,
they are...
Bad fanfic doesn't even begin to describe it.
Okay, for as much as I do not condone the Whedon cut, I can get why they tried to change Lois being the key to, like, the whole Superman being calmed down thing, because, no, you might think that that's what she was the key to. Oh, no, dear viewer. What she was the key to was something so convoluted, it would make even the retcon master himself...
Also, on a slightly different note... I haven't seen yet the Peacemaker HBO series, but from what I've heard, apparently what happens in the final episode is that the Justice League show up and Peacemaker just passes through them.
Wait, hey guys, a mystical cube that happened to be involved in World War II. Okay. I'm not going to act like Marvel owned that concept, especially since the Cosmic Cube itself wasn't originally an Infinity Stone.
To guess the fact that, remember, whenever there's a story involving supernatural stuff in World War II, you just know that the Nazis wanted to do something with it. So.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating how Cyborg is given so much better treatment than all the other characters in this movie. It makes the movie feel unbalanced. Look at Wonder Woman, for example. Aside from kicking some ass in some of those scenes, admittedly, character-wise, she has basically nothing going on in this movie.
To be fair, she has had a movie of her own, so I can get why they would want to prioritize other characters for building up the character arc.
I get that, Jova, but look at how right before the first Avengers, we had First Avenger, right? And yet Steve actually had some character stuff going on for him in the first Avengers movie as well, specifically the beginning of his tumultuous relationship with Tony in particular, right?
Oh yeah, that's because I feel like Avengers kind of did what I suggested a Justice League movie should do and focused on the team dynamics overall, developing the team itself as a character, which is what I feel like they should have prioritized, which, okay, don't get me wrong, the stuff here with Cyborg is great, but it could have fit just in his own movie as well. Now, granted, they do tether a lot of his backstory to the Mother Box, so they do have a reason, but I do feel like outside of that, they should have focused on having these guys together as a team. Now, granted, we're at the halfway point of this movie, so maybe giving this the benefit of a doubt, they'll use the other half to focus on them as a team while eventually bringing back Superman as well. Mm-hmm. Again, that's the ideal circumstance. Which, to be fair, the Whedon cut couldn't do as much because, yes, I appreciate it cutting down on the pace here or there, but it definitely cut out way too much and came off as too short as a result.
I've said it before, a proper, cherry-picked hybrid of both cuts to me would be the ideal version of this movie, because, like I said, I don't want Wonder Woman killing a man for no reason in here, so yeah, let's cut that out like Whedon did.
Again, even if you had to have her kill him just because the guy was an anarchist who really wanted to kill people, the fact that she does it in such an over-the-top manner is just silly.
I forgot, remind me. Wasn't the reason why they tried to resurrect Superman in the Joss Whedon cut is that they tried to use the Kryptonian machine on him instead? Instead of using the Mother Box on him.
Is this the...
Well, no, I think it was one of the Mother Boxes actually too. Go on.
Again, that's why I asked.
Oh boy, this bit.
Let's just say this scene is a bit weird in hindsight, but me and Dois can explain why just yet.
Huh. It seems fine, but
this is again, Joe. But hindsight, we have to. We when we do this too, we'll talk about it. Not now. Yeah, you might remember how the Whedon version of this scene was completely different, where Lois was actually working at the Daily Planet, and Martha came to visit her.
Was she working at the Daily Planet?
Yeah, she was, and she even said, "Oh, I've been trying to keep busy to, try to move on and everything," which again felt much more in character for Lois for me personally. But again, don't get me wrong, obviously Lois should have a grieving period. I'm not saying she shouldn't, but I just felt like her grieving for months.
He's starting to feel like the Lois of Act of God.
Yeah.
Oh, please, no. Okay.
Because it's been a while since BVS at this point. It's been a couple months, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's the thing. We're entering into Frank Miller, time shenanigans where we don't know how much time is passing.
Okay.
Not much, I suppose, because Steppenwolf is doing things quickly, but...
If I recall, no, actually, I don't think we ever get any time date gets given, do we?
I
No.
checked, no.
No, we do not.
Okay,
Again,
did we get?
If we assume that it took a bit for Steppenwolf to arrive, it cannot have been a couple, more than a couple of days tops, because Steppenwolf has worked quickly. We have seen a couple of nights that have happened in which the Parademons have moved around and did stuff. So it cannot be too much time.
Okay, okay. If we're assuming that Steppenwolf we saw at the start of this movie was not just a hallucination of Luthor's, Steppenwolf's apparently been around as early as, the ending of BVS. Since, remember, he shows up behind Luthor at that point and I guess is kicking off this thing.
So let's try to be generous and say 2-3 weeks tops.
Mm-hmm.
So in that case, sure, Lois would have a reason to still grieve. And I guess the reason Steppenwolf chose that moment was because then he deemed that, yes, there are no more Kryptonians that can mess up with our plans, essentially.
Oh, wait. Dude, I think I just forgot. I feel like we see...
maybe this is what gets Lois to come back to work in this version?
Yes, okay, never mind. I think it's now. Hold on. I forgot about this bit here. Hold on. Wait for it. I'll wait for it.
She's a parademon?
Tail, I give you the Martian Manhunter.
Wow. Oh, right! I remember hearing Martian Manhunter was in this cut.
I'm a bit confused. Why would John do this?
I guess to inspire Lois back.
There you go. Turns out the angry fuck guy from Man of Steel was Martian Manhunter all along. There you go.
Okay.
No. That's the thing. This kind of revelation would be cool. I just I want to understand the logic behind it.
Okay, it's been a long time. If I recall correctly, I think there was speculation that the guy was John Jones for some reason. Again, it's been a while since I've seen these.
Remember,
DCEU
all we know is that the
movies.
character was supposed to be present in some kind of fashion, but David Goyer or someone else literally hated the character, basically like a child.
Last I checked, David Goyer doesn't hate the character. Dan DiDio kind of had something in for Jean.
Someone did in the production. That's the point.
Yeah.
Which stopped everyone else.
But yeah, okay, I'm trying to remember because it is coming back to me that there was speculation of Martian Manhunter, I think, as early as Man of Steel.
But yeah, Tail brings up a question. Why would John go out of his way to, visit Lois? How does this even...
Okay, I guess he's trying to inspire her to come back to action, like Jova said.
It just comes off to be more creepy.
The problem is that in the context of this movie, it comes out of nowhere.
So, what about the scene where Martha will visit Lois later?
Alright, Justice continues on disc 2.
Justice!
And together we can be justice.
Alright, which this basically means, everybody, that if you're watching the HBO Max version, pause at the end of part 4, and next time when we resume, just start at the beginning of part 5. That's basically it.
Alright then.
See you after the intermission.
See ya.
Last time on Zack Snyder's Justice League stuff.
Yeah.
And that concludes the last time of Zack Snyder's Justice League.
2 hours and 22 minutes of, admittedly, world building, but at the same time, a lot of setup. 2 hours and 22 minutes of setup. So this payoff better be good.
So start as soon as part 5, All the King's Horses, has fully appeared on your screen.
Yeah,
basically.
That's the name of part 5, apparently.
Yep.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Learning... Again, as soon as I learned about the... Oh my god. the name of a part, I pondered, because what the hell? Why the hell do you name a part after a passage from Humpty Dumpty? I'm guessing they're referring to the fact that Superman has to be brought back to life, but the poem basically said that nobody could do it, and the inevitability of accepting that. But we do know that from even the original story that Superman comes back, so it really makes no sense.
Well, boy, you're close to your dad, your human dad.
Well, yeah, that's the point. Is that
I do wonder if his interaction is a cheeky way to hand wave the fact that Aquaman and Wanda were first lovers and then bitter rival in the Flashpoint continuity.
Hey, I hadn't finished.
Yeah, okay, not applicable to this movie, but honestly, if I had to really choose someone from the league to ship with Diana, if Steve is not enough, I probably would pick Aquaman.
Why Aquaman?
Well, first of all, again, the Atlanteans and the Amazon have slightly similar cultures, they're more integrated with the we're building, and usually in all those stories, they manage to work some chemistry between the two.
I've never really seen any chemistry moments between Aquaman and Wendy outside of Flashpoint.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a metaphor for how the DCEU was going by that point.
The weird thing is that I guess with Aquaman 2, we can say it ended on a...
Well, I haven't seen it yet.
It ended on a note.
Yeah, again...
Well, they really said what could possibly go wrong.
Cheeky.
Alfred, I am so glad my last name isn't Bates, because when you say master and,
Speaking of which, how is Cousin Norman doing?
I think I know why he went insane. People kept calling him Master,
Oh, I guess that's why the party's called like this.
Well, there you go then.
Okay, so there is some rhyme and reason to it.
I still don't care about any of this. I don't care about this Batman because he's a shit take on the character. I don't care about Superman, so why should I root for him to get revived? I just, this movie relies a lot on people liking and being invested in Man of Steel and BVS. And as someone who is not, I just don't give a shit.
Well, I was really apathetic towards Man of Steel, and I was extremely anti that word you just said earlier towards BVS.
Mm-hmm.
Anti the word you said.
Anti-invested.
Look. Let me use. Look, it's like watching Avengers Endgame, even though you didn't like anything previously in the MCU. You know what I mean? It kind of defeats the purpose. Obviously, only people who are invested in the MCU are going to enjoy Avengers Endgame, obviously,
If you are not really invested in these characters, that is going to be a problem, I'll admit. For me, it's fine. Again, I have never really found myself outright hating any of these. Granted, I have mentioned my frustrations with them. I do like that, again, they made Superman better, and at least with Justice League, it did feel like, hey, they were improving Batman, so that's all well and fine here. It also helps that in this version, they definitely build up on it more, so, again, I'm liking what I see so far. Granted, I'll admit, I don't think like Pedro in regards that I think that these are all crap takes.
Oh my god, they kept these.
Yep, they did.
Pretty sure.
Well,
I guess that
by kept you mean it was always there. It was always there in the first place. So.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
It was rather Whedon who kept it. In fact.
I guess at the very least, since we had the time to flesh out Cyborg, it's more justifiable, he
Wesley
being able to use his
Rowe.
powers like this.
Mm-hmm. For me, it's one of those things where, like, I don't like this Flash. I find him unfunny and not interesting at all. Especially because he gets no character development in this movie whatsoever, really. Same thing with Wonder Woman. She has, yes, I like this Wonder Woman, but that's because of the 2017 movie. Like, when Zack Snyder is handling her, he does it badly. Looking back, it's starting to become very apparent to me that the main reason the Wonder Woman 2017 movie was as good as it was because of Alan Einberg.
I mean, again, even if we don't believe it, we can't say for certain that Snyder had nothing to do with it being.
Oh, sure.
Because he is still capable of good movies.
Yeah, he's still credited as one of the story writers. I understand that, but he wasn't the one creatively in charge. Like he wasn't the one writing and directing. I feel like Zack is a good ideas guy at best, but it's best when somebody takes his ideas and puts them in a good execution. Whereas I don't think his execution is good. That's my thing.
Although, to be fair, as far as we know, he was the one creatively in charge of Wonder Woman, since he was the one heading the DCEU at that point. Thanks, Dad.
Regardless, Wonder in this particular movie doesn't really do anything. I mean, again, for as much as I'm not particularly super ecstatic about her thing with Batman in the Whedon cut myself, but at least it was something for her to do character-wise, and here she has nothing.
Alright, we're all evacuated. This ship is really shit.
Another thing about this movie is Tom Wilkenborg's score. I don't care for it personally. I mean, we don't really get.
You mentioned that last part.
We don't really get an equivalent of Alan Silvestri's Avengers theme or anything like that. Not particularly.
I'm fine with the score. I haven't found anything particularly wrong about it, but I'll also admit it's not particularly remarkable
it's
either.
Ambient, most of the time, I would argue that some of the licensed songs have been, not very fitting.
Mm-hmm.
All systems. We have detected the corpse of
Kryptonian,
Kal-El.
yes.
Yeah. To be fair, this was established. This was established in Man of Steel that yes, certain Kryptonian DNA does cause their machines to react in the presence.
Carla Gugino voice any of these robots like she did in Man of Steel.
Maybe they recycled some of the lines.
Maybe. And yes, we are back to Lois being what else?
Oh my God! Please do something! Please do something with this character that actually gives her some dignity. For fuck's sake, it's 3 movies now.
What are you talking about, Pedro? Being sad is plenty dignified, especially if it's the only thing you do.
I'm not saying Lois not allowed to be sad. Of course she is, but have her do something interesting. Like they have yet to do something interesting with this particular Lois Lane in this thing. Oh, what's that? A pregnancy test? Yeah, let's just say there's a whole can of worms that we need to dig in later on. So let's put a pin on that.
I was wondering, when are we going to talk about the key and all
I guess
that?
after the movie's over.
Don't worry, Jova. We'll talk about it when it's over because it's a lot.
Anyway,
Clark was buried with a picture of his asshole dad. A human
Also,
dad.
I guess really not that much time has passed considering the body is not decomposed.
Well, to be fair, it's a Kryptonian body. I'm pretty sure, for all we know, it works differently with Kryptonians. So.
And from what we
Don't you fools! If you put the picture of Kevin Costner in, you'll wake up and become really, really bland. Well, more bland than he was before.
Mm-hmm.
In regards to how long it's been, we did theorize that it's been just a few weeks given all the stuff to keep in mind.
I can tell you, Jova, for a fact that those tend to be usually enough for a course to at least start decomposing decently enough. Again, we have to assume that probably Kryptonian physiology. Yeah, that's Carla Cugino.
This is the other thing as well. The way Zack handles the Death of Superman arc, I don't care for it, honestly. To be honest, it's like it loses. Not that I was never that big a fan of the Death of Superman comic anyway.
It was a publicity stunt,
basically. Yeah, but even
it's not to be said it can't be done well. Like
it can.
DC, yeah, it's like the DC animated original movies did it much better, not once but twice. Once where it was one of the first ever DC animated original movies, and the second time they made actually a proper two-parter for it.
Well, we commented on the. Oh, sorry.
But even based on the original comic, or even those animated movies that Jova just mentioned, even based on that standard, this movie doesn't even remotely capture what made the fans of that arc even like it to begin with, because it's so, it feels so overly different and not for any particularly good reason.
I do agree that that was always an issue I even had with Batman v Superman. It was obvious what they were doing, and we knew Superman was going to come back since there was a Man of Steel 2 in development.
Not to mention Jova.
Not anymore now, but
not
the point.
Not to mention Jova. I think Angry Joe said it best. You can't do the Death of Superman arc with only 2 movies in. That's way too soon.
The point of the Death of Superman is to show partially the impact that his world has. To show the impact that his death has, not just on the world, but the superhero community. Problem: by the time of Batman v Superman, said superhero community was not well established.
Because they tried to mesh that with the rules of the New 52, in a sense that Batman started first, and then everyone else arrived 5 years later.
The reason the Death of Superman comic had an impact that it did is because it was, of course, taking advantage of all the decades at that point of comic book history that the fans were invested in at that point. Whereas killing Superman in BVS, even though we were only 2 movies in this universe so far, it completely misses the whole point of the original story. You haven't created a grounded enough and believable and likable world to earn this.
Alright, so I'm guessing they're combining the Mother Box, the Kryptonian ship, and Barry's Speed Force. Did Sonic just activated one of his quills?
Possibly.
And there's Darkseid, ladies and gentlemen.
Damn, that's a good shot.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
What the fuck? I guess it is one of Batman's nightmares.
Yes.
Is this what Barry is seeing, a potential bad future?
No, I remember, ever since BVS, we started having these nightmares where Bruce sees the potential in the future in which Darkseid conquers Earth.
I still don't really get how Bruce gained premonition powers, but whatever.
Okay, I think it's implied that sort of. Okay. Before I address that, first off, why would Batman be having a dream right now at this moment, though?
I don't know.
Right.
And secondly, I guess.
Oh no, I guess it's Cyborg that's seeing it.
Oh, never mind. Well, okay, never mind. It's Cyborg that sees it. Never mind.
I remember this from marketing. Superman with the black costume for some reason.
Save it for later, Pedro. Save it for later.
Darksided.com.
Oh right, I think this is...
I really need to get around to finally playing the Injustice game so I can.
Trust me, Pedro. The problem with that is not so much Superman. Well, it technically is, but more so is 1D. Trust me.
Oh, true. No, I've heard the first one's good, but the second one's crap.
Yeah, pretty much.
But no,
maybe it's for the best that we're not getting an Injustice 3 then.
Well, we're probably still gonna have it, and if I had to speculate, they'll probably try once again to tell the story of Flashpoint to justify the presence of returning characters who are supposed to be dead. But again, that's a story for another time. I'm guessing that was Cyborg was seeing a potential future in which, when Darkseid arrives, Superman gets corrupted.
One thing I'll say about the Whedon cut, by the way, this particular scene in the Whedon cut had the classic Flash theme by what's his name? I forgot.
Flash is a classic theme.
No, I think it's the one from the Flash TV show, I think.
Okay.
Keep in mind I haven't seen it. Keep in mind I haven't seen it. No, the live action one, the CW one.
Okay. Well, the 90s one was live action.
Yeah, but my point is, Danny Elfman, like he did with his theme and the Christopher Reeve theme, he also brought back a previous Flash theme for this scene. That's what I mean, and I like that better than the track that we're hearing right now, honestly.
Damn it,
Ladies
Barry.
and gentlemen, we have life. I think.
Thank you.
Of course it has.
Thank you, thank you, Motherbox, for spelling out the obvious.
Well, it's not a Skybeam Drover, but I guess it gets close.
Alright, so, yeah. This scene in the Whedon cut is absolutely atrocious. Some of that stuff is in here still. Fortunately, the worst parts were definitely Whedon. So.
Okay, I guess I could have waited 5 more minutes to ask, but I'm curious. Is Henry Cavill still having his mustache CGI'd away?
No, that was all Whedon.
Yeah.
Okay.
They had to do that for the Whedon cut because the reshoots
scheduling conflict with Mission Impossible, yes.
Yeah. All of this footage was shot before Snyder left, so...
Yeah, that god's gonna help against Superman.
You know, what's the name of his actor again? Jova? The Skynet guy?
Joe Morton?
That's it, Joe Morton. Is Joe Morton always playing scientists coming up with world-destroying technology?
Whatever example you have.
It's funny when you think about it, seeing as how he's working with another cyborg.
Hi.
Sup?
Alright, if I remember correctly, we still have that terrible line delivery from Gal Gadot here.
From what I understand, the take that Snyder chose for this one is different.
Alright, in that case, let's hear it. Really? We've done all of my death arc in just 2 movies? Really?
Now, don't take it the wrong way, Clark.
Oh yeah, turns out this thing where Cyborg's body somehow loses control, that was Snyder all along. Like, and I don't get this. Why is his body losing control all of a sudden? Auto defense system. Don't know how. Don't buy it, honestly.
The creation of Cyborg is implanted in one of the mother boxes, and so I'm guessing it's a reactionary
let's see.
kind of. Okay.
She's about to say it, I think. It's still not great.
Not that much better.
It's better than the Whedon cut, but it still is silly.
You know, sometimes, considering Whedon apparently was even being an arsehole to Gal Gadot as well. I wonder if he deliberately chose the worst take for that.
Probably.
Possibly. But yeah, no, Tio's right, though, in that since Cyborg is, in a kin tune with the Mother Box technology that, would consider Superman a threat.
That face Henry Cavill just made, it's just like, man, I am so tired of this shit.
God, that music has been playing even when I've been dead. I can still hear it even when I'm dead. It's driving me insane. Alright, but we've seen in the Whedon cut that one, Flash being super fast won't really help him here.
Yeah, I'll admit I do actually like that scene. Ah, that's nice. Mark 5. Ever think about going Mark 8, though?
So what exactly was your plan, Barry?
Well, we didn't knew he could go that faster.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was kind of obvious that his plan was to try and sneak up on Clark until he knew that, actually no, Supes can keep up with him.
I guess. I love that subtitle on the hearing impaired bit. The Flash yelps.
That's what I got on mine.
Well, remember, we're watching the Blu-ray too, so we have the same subs, so...
Okay, yeah, and typical army guys being dumb. Yeah, and again, it's Superman.
Yeah, this...
Bloody Christ.
Like, they just spotted it immediately sent the military. Like, it's not... This works better in the Marvel Universe because their citizens are literally paranoid morons.
Yeah, like...
But the DC Universe is usually much more respectful towards their superheroes, to the point of potentially mindless adorations.
Not just that, again... The people of the Metropolis military at this point should know that they stand no chance against Superman, so why are they even trying? Oh boy.
Bye, Barry.
Oops.
It's like in wrestling tag team matches where someone gets out the way and they spear their own partner.
Oh, and he takes her out with a double headbutt. Is that legal in wrestling, Dwibs?
Sometimes.
I guess he doesn't say "Do you bleed" line in this version.
No, I think that was the Whedon one.
Oh, man, that was one of the few Whedon lines I actually did like.
Oh, but mostly because it's a payback, it's a sort of a callback and payback to what happened in BVS. But honestly, I prefer this way because otherwise, it just feels petty.
Well, here's Lois doing something other than being sad.
more or less a similar role in the original where she comes to go help Clark.
Yeah, this also ties into something that I'm going to talk about after the movie's over, but again, save it for later. Like this scene in hindsight, when you know what the next movie was going to do, is not as good if you watch it in hindsight. Let's just say for now.
And then Superman goes insane and kills Lois again.
At the very least, we're spared of bad waves.
I take it that's happened quite often in the comics.
Not necessarily, mostly in recent kind of adaptation, including the Injustice games. Well, okay, for Injustice it was more of an accident, but it still happened because of Scarecrow's toxin.
Which, at least in that case, makes sense in context instead of out of nowhere.
Sure, it's more of a problem, out of universe. The idea that they wanted to do that kind of storyline. Hi. Oh, goody.
It's Mr. Senpai, please notice me himself, Steppenwolf. Or is it his actual senpai?
Well, no, they need all three. Darkseid wants to be convinced with all three Marvel boxes, remember. Yeah.
Please notice me, senpai. Wait, what did he say? Where is Clark Kent?
Damn it! I was told it would be right on top of this Nissan!
Why that?
To be fair, that was basically pinpointed the location of a Marvel box. He was technically close enough. Huh?
I also still don't really care about Steppenwolf as a villain in this movie, to be honest. He's just like... He's no Thanos, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, they're not trying to make him Thanos, obviously.
Thanos was his own man. This guy's just trying to impress his senpai, like I said.
If anything, Darkseid would be more comparable to Thanos in the
obviously.
This universe.
I mean, I get that.
I kind of, not necessarily blink, but I don't understand exactly why Dr. Stone had to sacrifice himself.
He was trying to take out the box with him, but it turned out to be more stronger than he thought it would be.
Okay, then.
So, who has a living or not incarcerated dad left now? Aquaman.
Yes, Aquaman.
Well, technically Wanda, because her father by technicality is supposed to be Zeus.
Isn't Zeus dead according to the Wonder Woman movie? Since Ares apparently killed all the other gods.
Apparently, Ares has killed the other gods of the pantheon, but they're still the Greek pantheon. You really cannot kill them that permanently.
Oh wait, Barry's dad's still alive.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. I said not incarcerated.
Yeah. We've said that, but specifically asking a power that's not in prison.
Yeah, unfortunately, Victor, we can't use the pool to resurrect your dad because he's scattered all over the floor.
Wait, hold on. Oh wait, no.
Okay, I guess the movie answers that to me. So they could actually spot the location.
Okay.
Okay, Bruce, just tell me it's not Brother Eye, because we really don't need it in this continuity.
Okay.
I guess it's part 6.
Part 6?
Part 6.
Something
dark.
Too black.
It couldn't be any more darker.
Too strong.
So, Tio, would you say it's darker yet darker?
But how can we become even more? Twips.
It's like, how much more dark can this be? And the answer is none.
Alright, to be fair, to say something positive, I do enjoy this particular a couple of scenes with Clark, Lois, and Martha here at Kansas. I think it's Kansas, right?
It is the real Martha, isn't it?
Yes.
I guess Clark are putting back the pieces of his memory together,
Because when I first saw this movie, every time I saw Martha after that reveal, I kept thinking, wait, is he actually talking to Martian Manhunter?
Yeah, like, that's the thing, too. Apparently, the power of boners restores your sanity. That's how it works, apparently.
Emotional connection, basic kind of storytelling. I can't believe that.
That is true, and that would be fine if they built a believable relationship between these two in the previous movies, which in my opinion they have not.
Yeah, put something on, please. We're on in Twilight. The birds are singing. Isn't it beautiful?
And this is the swing that I somehow didn't break with my super strength.
Well, to be fair, unless he was actually pulling on it, he wouldn't destroy it with said super strength.
Okay, I will say this. I don't remember if I ever said that in BBS, but one thing that I have to say, the Batcave of this continuity is not really that impressive.
No.
Nah. I think there are some sections of it that look better than others, but...
It's more a glorified garage.
Which...
If anything, it reminds me of the scenes in the Nolan trilogy where Batman is testing the Batmobile with Lucius Fox.
And also how he pretty much did have... He was mainly using garages in Dark Knight rather than...
To be fair, there was a plot reason for that. Remember, at the end of Batman Begins, the Wayne Manor burned down. So they had to completely, and Alfred even says, I suggest we take advantage of this to create some more practical and more convenient facilities.
Okay, Joe, it's not Chernobyl, it's Požárno. So I don't remember if it's fictional, but we're basically saying it's a different place that was abandoned because of a nuclear accident.
And hell, at the very least in Batman Begins, we got that really awesome scene of adult Bruce going into the proper actual cave, and there's that really awesome shot of the bats flying all around them and everything. We don't really get any cool imagery like that here.
Does B Batman have a bat cave?
Oh, you mean the new Batman movie?
Yeah.
Matt Reeves one.
Matt Reeves. I don't. Actually, I don't remember if we actually go into the Batcave in that movie. I don't think we do. Do we?
I know that the Batman is quite possibly the most realism seeped of the Batman films, from what I can understand.
That's a statement because clearly what Nolan did.
I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would necessarily. I mean, I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that, considering some of the stuff we see in the climax. That being said, if it helps you, it's by far the live action movie that incorporates his detective part of his character the best. So there is that.
I definitely have heard that. I'm mainly going off of what I've seen and heard of it, especially given how the Batmobile in the Batman is definitely the most realistic looking of the cars.
Wow, Barry not only is not cracking jokes, but he actually is talking sense in order to formulate a plan.
Congrats. Congratulations.
I guess this is to show...
to actually do that.
I'm guessing the point is to show how serious things have gotten at this point. I'm trying to remember. Did we have this scene in the Whedon cut, or is this a Snyder
I don't remember
thing?
the Whedon cut having Barry, doing anything else but joking.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that's probably a Zack scene.
So I guess I can see Snyder's rhyme and reason with Flash. Like typically, kind of like Spider-Man. He'll typically joke to try and help lighten the mood, but when things get serious, he will too. Essentially,
I don't know.
It's another reminder why I normally don't like Spider-Man because of his forced sense of humor.
Was Kansas always this golden sepia tone, Lois?
Yeah, again, I think this scene should be a bit more colorful to represent the Pepper Soup says, reason again.
It was in the Whedon cut. It was more colorful than this, but then again...
Yeah, I can definitely chalk this up to being a Snyder thing. Like, he does like to go for his, noticeably the sepia tones.
The desaturation overall. It's different degrees, but it's still that. Basically that. You can tell that they're trying to inject more because of a dawn, the fact that they're properly in a field rather than a city block, which will be more gray and everything. But it's still desaturated.
The funny thing is, I remember when back during the original Whedon cut, how, more of the movie was more colorful, but then when we get to, the climax thing with Steppenwolf, we thought, this must be the Snyder part, because not only was it red, but it was more gray looking, so we thought, this is a Snyder thing, but no, actually, the Snyder cut actually explains why it's red and gray there, so...
Well, I guess we have to see now in the climax if it's still the same or not. Again, we know that the family was a Whedon thing, so that's not present here.
Mm-hmm.
I probably should have seen the Whedon version before this as a fresh reminder, so it is on me.
Maybe if we ever do a Generations commentary, we'll make sure to do, the Whedon cut back-to-back with this.
Okay, the more I think about it, to be fair, I'm pretty sure Superman would be able to tell whether this is actually his Martha or someone impersonating her.
It really depends on the author if Supes is able to identify a shapeshifter or not. Sometimes it's easy to do because of his X-ray vision. Other times he's not capable of doing that. It really depends.
Mm-hmm.
If I squint my eyes, maybe I can pretend that I'm watching the Lois and Clark TV series.
Which one?
The one with Tyler Hoechlin in it.
The one with Dean Cain as Superman.
I never know how to pronounce his last name.
Dean Cain.
No, the actor who plays Soup.
Well, yeah, that's Dean Cain. That's the one.
Isn't he Tyler Hoechlin?
No.
Okay. I think Pedro was talking about the '90s show, whereas you two
Lois and
are
Clark.
referring to the 2020 show.
I thought it was that name. Whatever. My bad.
They're similarly named, but they're not the exact same name.
The one I'm talking about is called Lois and Clark: The New Adventures of Superman. It was basically a TV series that was basically modeled after the Reeves movies.
As for the one you're referring to, Tio, that would be Superman and Lois.
Yeah, the recent cartoon, if I remember correctly, right?
No.
Oh, never mind. It's like the CW thing, right?
Yeah, the Arrow.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
The one that has Sephiroth as Superman. Okay, I'll give the Final Fantasy VII Remake this. They did at least keep in line with having a Superman voice Sephiroth. I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that was intentional.
All possible, but again, it's a
Oh, there you go. Lois Lane is the key. Yeah, again, let's put a pin on that for now.
Also, he had a very stupid beard. I know that this is normally something that Libs will say, but no. Barry in BBS, future Barry in BBS had really a stupid beard.
I honestly keep forgetting he had a beard in that.
I don't even know what kind of incarnation of Barry they were trying to homage. The one from Future's End.
Future's End?
I hope not.
Future's End. What a mess, absolute mess of an event that was.
The Batwing. Hey Diana, can you do the trick that you did with the plane and make these invisible?
I do not know what you are talking about.
Of course.
Hey, come to think of it, Diana, can't you fly too?
I mean, we can't all fly the plane, can we?
No, but Diana, you literally can fly, like on your own.
Maybe she will do that in the climax, who knows?
And I am in no way jinxing myself with this.
I said you owe me 10,000 more planets. It's like he's trying to guess the password.
It has begun.
Aurora Borealis.
Also, why do we... Okay, that's something I've wondered. In these movies, not the main Aquaman ones, they keep making this air bubble around them whenever they have a conversation.
They don't really need it. Dweebs, though. I understand. They don't need it.
Okay, I know Aquaman got a lot of complaints in some circles about the voice filter they use when they're talking underwater. But I'm pretty sure the simple answer is just reduce the filter.
I remember this came out before. This cut was technically being made before Aquaman 2. Okay, so I have to wonder. I know that since this is a director's cut, we're getting the full cut. I wonder, do you think originally when Snyder was making the film that what we're seeing is his unedited, it is technically edited, but you get what I mean. His entire vision. Do you think maybe they would have cut out chunks of this for the actual theatrical release had they stuck with it?
Well, remember with BVS, where BVS was originally 3 hours long, and
then we had the Ultimate Edition, I think it's called.
Yes, and the Ultimate Edition is Zack Snyder originally intended version. That's 3 hours long. So what we're seeing here is Zack Snyder being able to put everything that he shot on screen again, and it's the same. Editors exist for a reason. It's just one of those things where it's just like.
It works on different levels because of marketing, Jova. One, the version of the Rising Theater is shorter, meaning you can be projected multiple times to have a better introit, in movies. And second, the fact that it adds something, for the whole market, incites people to actually purchase the product, to actually see what's up.
Wait, why does the Fortress of Solitude have a voice recording of Jonathan? Obviously, we have for Jor-El.
This is the Kryptonian ship.
Also, Pedro.
Well, whatever, Kryptonian ship. But why would it?
Pedro Clark's just hearing Jonathan in his head.
Oh, is it?
Jor-El
Okay.
Stuff,
okay, never mind then.
The Jor-El stuff is what's being said by the ship.
Sure. I was thinking in Christopher Reeve movie logic again.
Yeah, that's technically similar to the Christopher Reeve stuff, where the whole Kryptonian tech.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Black Suit Superman. Keep this in mind.
Make sense, essentially.
Yeah, sure.
That's the one that absorbs sunlight better.
That is true. However, let's just say Snyder clearly didn't get that memo, and I will point it out what I mean when we get to it.
So if they got back Russell Crowe to record these lines, or are they recycled from somewhere else?
I don't know.
I mean, they probably are new, considering I don't think I remember him saying this in Man of Steel.
He might have said that, but yeah, since
maybe
there's an
echo...
echo...
deleted footage that got implemented.
Or that's also a possibility, yeah.
Alright, let's go absorb that sun.
I am Jesus. I am Jesus.
From DBZ Abridged. Sun, Mr. Golden Sun, kill my enemies.
But, okay, since there was an echo, I guess he was hearing both the voices of Jor-El and Jonathan in his head anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Yeah, namaste or something, Barry. Fuck off.
Find your inner peace so that you can hone your powers. Oh man, I do kind of miss that scene from the Whedon cut where Aquaman accidentally ends up revealing how much he's grown to care for everyone because Wonder Woman's lasso is on him.
Wonder if there's a good YouTube video that directly compares scenes between this cut and the
Muller's probably he's a kind of analysis will do that kind of thing, and he covered this movie, but I don't know what he said about it.
Let's see. I wonder if there's a fan edit that combines aspects from the Whedon cut and the Snyder cut and packs them into their own ideal version.
For me, it's like there's some aspects like that I will definitely mention. Specifically the fact that, let's just say again, everything involving Lois Lane, but I can't quite go into full about it yet.
I guess technically that doesn't affect this movie since it doesn't happen, but I do get what you mean though and what you're referring to.
It's just that it's just like knowing what Snyder had planned after this. It's just like, what the fuck, like.
Alright, I guess in this version, yeah, the whole fight being under the red filter was a Whedon thing, since it's disappearing with the shield being gone now.
Yeah.
And again, because they did mention before, yes, the area technically was evacuated.
Remember, DC. So Warner Bros. Told Whedon, make it more like the MCU, so make it more colorful and shit.
So that's why they had the weird red filter, huh? I mean, granted, I don't know if, they specifically told him to be like the MCU. Okay, what they wanted to do was definitely be one that could one-up the MCU, yes, but To their credit, I don't know if they were trying to exactly be like it, because, well, for one thing, if they were trying to be exactly like it, they probably would have built it up to it properly, movie by movie, but they definitely had similar aspects, like...
Well, Jova, they got Joss Whedon to do it. They knew what they were doing.
Also,
and interestingly enough, like Avengers 2, okay, to be fair, the whole Batman getting the visions from Apocalypse technically was a thing as early as Batman v Superman, so they weren't always setting up the parallels between Batman and Iron Man, which, it's kind of ironic, seeing as how initially in the MCU, it's actually Iron Man who takes after Batman with the whole Almanac stuff by making it Iron Man who makes Ultron, only for DC to later start mooching off of the MCU in about a cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I guess we're far enough into the movie to say this, because I don't remember much of Man of Steel to say it, so probably it was better handled there, but I think it applies in both cuts of both Joss Whedon and this. Technically, in this movie, Batman kinda is technically the weakest link in all of the Justice League. And I guess that's the entire purpose, to want to make the Bat God that Doug Boink loves so much. But geez, have the guy take some W sometimes.
Well, to be fair, he's using his tank to take down some parademons. I mean...
it's more acting as a bait rather than being an effective force against them.
Well, to be fair, Tail, I mean, what else can he do?
Honestly...
Again, certainly something possibly better than this. There is a balance, and this is going kind of in the other direction that, for example, the Batman Superman Apocalypse animated movie.
I mean, Batman can't really participate in the fight against Steppenwolf because he would get immediately destroyed by Steppenwolf, so obviously that can't be. I mean, I get the feeling what Batman is doing right now is fine. There's not really much more he can do. Even if he went up there to try to help with Steppenwolf would just crush him with a finger,
I mean, credit where credit is due. I definitely agree with Pedro here that Batman has been essentially the team builder, the backbone of it, providing them the transportation and a lot of stuff here. Like, no, Batman's role has been fine. And honestly, if anything, I'm glad it shows restraint from just making him be Bat God who suddenly can just solve everything.
I feel like his main role in this movie is like he's a team builder, like Jova said.
That shot is pretty flippin' cool.
It is, but the movie didn't earn it, in my opinion.
Whoa.
And hey, that's a much better look for the Batmobile.
See, the thing is, like, you know the one I'm talking about, right, Jova? That shot from the first Avengers movie where they circle, like that spinning shot, like where everybody cheers.
They don't say assemble. But
yeah. I mean. You know the one where all of them are looking up and the camera pans around them and everything. That's the big cheer moment in theaters and everything.
That's pretty much like the signature scene of it.
When I saw that shot in the theater when I watched Justice League, nobody cheered in the theater. I can tell you that much.
Oh yeah, and it was very obvious what they were doing. Like, look, even as somebody who likes the Justice League movie, and yes, I guess I can say so far I'm liking both versions, but look, it's like in the sense that, hey, I can watch this. It's watchable. I didn't hate this. It is not like in the sense of, say, wow, this was amazing or on par with Avengers. Okay, look, even without the necessary build-up, the movie in and of itself does not have the highs of Avengers, I would say. Like, okay. Let's ignore how much build-up these characters may have had in or out of it. And just this movie on its own is like a good old popcorn superhero action flick here. Is it the best in that regard?
We're having the car crashes from In Time.
The action is good. The action is good. I will say that. Thing is, when it comes to watching popcorn action movies, I prefer them to be a bit easier to sit through and not be this long. See, the thing is, because the thing is, like I said, like I hate, like, to me, a movie's length should be relative to how much substance this plot is, or at the very least, what the movie is trying to accomplish. And this movie is not exactly trying to tell a super deep story. This movie's plot is still a very simple team coming together to face a bigger foe type plot, right? It didn't need to be 4 hours long. It just goes on for way longer than it needs to. You could have easily trimmed this down to 3 hours max, like Dr. Logero once said.
I suppose if I'm to give it credit, this is a director's cut. Like, typically, one thing with director's cuts is, like, they will be noticeably longer because they are essentially the visions uncut in that regard. So, I do find judging it as a director's cut a bit weird in that regard, since, well, it is what it is in that regard. But I do agree, though, that judging this movie on its own, it's not the best popcorn flick.
Is the T-Rex approaching or something? What the fuck?
And there you go. Now we know where this upcoming line from Alfred in the trailer came from. In fact, Master Kent, why didn't you just go straight there, now that I think about it?
I guess
I didn't know where they were. Well, I didn't know where they were now, did I?
But you have super hearing. You can very clearly just hear their voices, where they are.
Yes, but I've been dead, and we've shown that my powers do take a bit of acclimating to get to, especially when I'm just on the recharge.
I guess.
Okay, that kind of camera panning and everything almost seems taken straight out of the Injustice story mode cutscenes. I wonder if Zack wanted to be cheeky and reference that.
In fact, I just remembered something about the Whedon cut. Okay, for as much as I also didn't think it was well executed there, I would have at least compliment the Whedon cut for trying to have a more like a somewhat redemptive character moment for Aquaman. Where Wonder Woman uses the lasso of truth to get him to finally admit that I
actually mentioned that scene earlier.
Did you? Sorry.
It was like I mentioned, like, one scene I do miss was how Aquaman accidentally admits how he likes them because Wonder Woman's
sure. Well, let me add my own input on it then, because again, it was at the very least an attempt to give Aquaman a good character moment. I didn't think it worked all that well in the Whedon cut, but at least it was an attempt. An attempt was made, like people nowadays on the internet like to say, right? Okay, this is pretty cool too. I'll give it that. But the point is, in here though, okay, we had the same build-up of Aquaman doesn't want to work because blah, 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 I'm a loner and shit, and that's it. Really, we don't really get a moment where Aquaman, talks to his comrades in a more affectionate way, say that now in hindsight I actually was wrong. Maybe I could use some team up here and there. Aquaman basically doesn't do anything past his introduction, like in terms of as a character, past the part where after he has that thing with Mera and Willem Dafoe, right? At this point, Aquaman is just kind of here, and that's it. He's there, basically. Again, like me and Jova said, an ideal scenario would be one that has mix of scenes from both cuts. Love that one. It was Wonder Woman yells.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's kind of not what happened.
Well,
I guess it's supposed to be psychological warfare.
Yeah. He's pretty much trying to psych her out.
The movie just admitted that he's lying. Like, he's trying to get into her head or some shit like that. Oh, God. Again, good thing Jiro isn't here. Jesus.
Yeah, basically the Speed Force is discriminatory with people sensible to flashing, I guess.
I am called the Flash.
Well, unintentionally, Drova.
Yeah, again, never attribute malice to what can be explained by
stupidity,
incompetence. And in this case, like, okay, I think the best thing to do would be to issue, like, a warning of this sort of stuff. Because, admittedly, it's not like we can never, ever, ever have flashes in media, okay? Like, you know, again, the best thing, if you really have to have them, is to include a warning for people with those kinds of epileptic
well, I remember, Joe, if Disney could not... Oh, there he is. If Disney... come on, you could have said, I don't think so. Okay, that's classic soup.
Yeah.
Remember, Joe, if Disney could not do it for The Incredibles 2, what chances do we have?
Well, I mean, I attribute that to Disney being stupid with that, and companies can do better.
Exactly. Okay. So finally, Soups gets to do something, and
awesome.
we're 40 minutes away from the ending. Oh, even less because the credits are long, so technically even less.
15 minutes roughly of credits, yeah.
Granted, you can do a lot in 40 minutes, so there's that.
Mm-hmm. Good job.
He's back, baby!
Good job, Jason. You nailed that line.
You know, I get the feeling Jason's gonna be just fine. Totally not playing Lobo or anything, we swear.
When is Sony going to...
Anti-villain, ideally, lives. So basically, think of 80s bikers, stereotypes in space.
Mm-hmm.
Ow.
That's gonna leave a mark.
Deal with the engine. It's so unnecessarily complicated.
The Flash screams.
Ow. Damn it, Barry.
I got it. I hit the Flash. Yeah.
Congrats. You made a 1 in a million shot.
Good job, kid. That was 1 in a million.
My God.
Oh!
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I wonder who else we can use who could fly really, really fast.
Yeah, the Speed Force ideally should be able to actually heal his wounds, but yeah, they're a bit too late.
Oh, snap.
So,
can Soups do it?
Haha. Hello, my fellow Justice
Oh wait, that's Granny Goodness, I think, in the background.
Oh, I think that is, yeah.
Yes.
Holy shit.
You will not... I hope you enjoy it too, because you will not be seeing the next movie, so...
Obviously. I guess this is more of a teaser.
Yep. This is the other thing as well. I get that you want to put the movie exactly as you originally intended. I get that, but couldn't you at the very least remove the cliffhanger stuff? You know, because I feel like leaving it...
coming?
No, I mean like the stuff that's teasing for the movies that we're never gonna get. You know, like because seeing these teases for the movies we're never gonna get just makes things feel unfulfilling to me. You know, at least remove that stuff just so you like because what's the point of teasing things in this movie if we're not gonna get payoffs for it?
I'll admit, I'm kind of in the dark about what you're saying since we haven't reached the end, so I don't know what those teasers are yet.
Well, remember, Jova, like what we just said, they're teasing Darkseid for the next movie. And
well, I mean,
Granny
you seem to be implying that Darkseid is right there with the synchronization.
Yeah. Well, but also Granny as well, you know. That's what
more like even his forces. No,
Didn't
Barry wasn't.
Didn't earn it. Sorry, dude. Okay. So this is, of course, once again, okay, this is another thing that I dislike as well. Again, the same problem I had in BVS, where Zack Snyder brings in imagery from famous comic book stories and puts them in a context that doesn't fit. Specifically, this is, of course, a reference to Flashpoint, where...
It's like, I don't recall him ever building a bridge out of Speed Force in Flashpoint.
Well,
this
again,
is its own original thing, I think.
Like, Barry has time traveled before that.
I guess.
Yeah, like, he's done this sort of stuff plenty of times before Flashpoint. This is fine.
Like,
as
the
its
closest
own
I
thing.
can compare it is he's sacrificing Crisis on Infinite Earths, and it's not really the same thing either.
I actually do like this cool visual effect. I assume
Hey,
that this
Barry,
is like him...
enjoy your future. It's
Future.
gonna
Gonna be great. Spoilers, it won't.
Yeah, I actually do like this. It's a good visualization of how the
the
Speed
music
Force works.
is technically fine, but could have been also better.
So if I understand correctly, what was going on was essentially there's this gigantic
Barry
explosion that
needed to
pretty
be
much was
yeah,
killing
Barry
everyone.
just needed to be synchronized with the cyborg just at the right moment.
And now we get the payoff for Cyborg's arc.
Yeah,
That's the mother box
I guess
trying to
this is a
seduce
mother
him.
box defense mechanism.
I'm a man!
And there's your sleep paralysis demon for the day.
Need a booster.
Keep it in place or pull
Actually,
it apart.
that's the opposite. Yeah, pull apart.
My horn!
Well,
Meanwhile, Darkseid's just watching like, huh, good pay-per-view.
bye.
Close the portal, you fools!
And I guess Darkseid receives his decapitated head.
As a present.
I thought the
Oh,
portal
wait, no,
would
he gets the
close
whole
on his
body.
neck. I thought the
Hey,
portal would close on
Steppenwolf!
his- Because I thought the portal would close on his neck and cut
Yeah,
his head off that way.
I think you're gonna need a couch to reflect this upon Darkseid.
I have many mixed feelings about this.
Bye.
I will get my revenge. No, wait, no, I won't.
I fucking told you, but you wouldn't listen.
Yeah, the problem is that, I guess the problem is that, Darkseid knows the location and the fact that, the anti-life is still there, technically. It's just a matter of getting there.
Sorry, Darkseid. Warner Brothers has other plans. So...
It's kind of like at the end of the Golden Compass. It's like, where they're like, let's even try stopping us.
So, well, hey, at least Steppenwolf got to come back home.
In pieces, though.
Alright.
Well, he was never specific.
You need a hand, Bruce?
Now, come on, we need to pose for the DVD cover.
Basically.
Why did you choose a black suit? Are you copying me, Soups?
It's to absorb sunlight, Bruce. Hey, wait
Also
a minute.
because
Shouldn't there be?
it's edgier.
Alright.
Shouldn't there be? Wait a minute. Shouldn't there be 7 of us?
Who was the 7th person?
I think it was some Green Man or Mars Man.
I remember now. I sent him an invitation, but I don't know the address to Mars.
God, it reminds me of that comic tie-in to Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformer, where Tails is like, not everyone got their invitation letter, back, and the roster cut away. Half of the people were in the first.
Or whatever planet the lantern rings are from.
Oh, hi, Arthur. You were here too, I guess.
I mean, he contributed in killing Steppenwolf.
True.
Yeah, he stabbed him with his 5
And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wait, no, there's 15 more minutes of this left. Not counting credits, of course.
Yeah,
epilogue.
It does well with what everyone was.
Okay, again, some of these titles have been kind of questionable. Okay, I guess now Cyborg has listened the rest of the tape.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Uh-huh.
Which one?
Yes.
I mean, he only has one father, from what I recall.
There's a lot of characters in this series that have 2 fathers.
It's symbolic.
It's symbolic.
I really have no idea why they removed Volko from the Whedon cut, honestly. If anything, it would have even helped set him up better for the Aquaman movie, since it does make you wonder where the hell he was in the Whedon cut. Oh, so this is how they set up Ryan Shaw, director of nanotechnology. Yep, setting up for the Atom.
Which will never come.
I guess, again, to be fair, this is not that different by the end of Dark Knight Rises with Robin. I guess it's more of a case of even if it doesn't continue, it's just for the case of saying that life will continue in some fashion.
I just wish, again, if you're not gonna do anything past this, just remove the Ryan Choi scenes from, in my opinion, because I feel like it's just there. It's just like, oh, here's Ryan Choi. You're not actually going to have him do anything, but here he is.
I mean, I don't find anything particularly wrong with that. Like, he's an established character. It's fine, even if we don't have him as the Atom. It's not like we had to have him as the Atom.
How did Barry manage to get into the Force?
Because.
Well, okay, given that, that's his usual job as like a criminal.
This Barry, however, I argue is even less deserving.
Okay, to be fair, we've seen him crack jokes. There's nothing to suggest that he's not smart in that regard.
Kind of, honestly, his action has basically proven that he's kind of a bit of a goofball at the very least. So
there's nothing wrong with that. Like, again, even geniuses can be goofballs.
Sure.
I mean, Doc Brown is a goofball.
Pretty much, yeah. Peter Parker is definitely a goofball.
Let me put it this way: they showcase them being also capable. In here, Barry's moments of being capable seems more like accidents.
I mean, I've never seen anything to suggest that he's outright dumb, though. Like, he's cracked some cringe jokes, but he's never done anything blatantly stupid here.
It's amazing how you can just buy a bank.
It's Bruce Wayne. He has more money than God.
It's kind of like playing Monopoly.
I don't remember Monopoly being able to buy the bank. That would break the game.
And there's the bat signal.
Finally, we fixed the bat signal.
Was Commissioner Gordon supposed to be present in the Batgirl movie?
I think he was. Okay, granted. I know that Michael Keaton was supposed to be. I'm not sure about Commissioner Gordon, though.
Skipping on the sea.
Like in the street, but yeah.
Okay, here's a bit that I don't like at all. Here, wait for it.
Hey guys, it's Clark Kent. I've survived.
Why is Clark still wearing the black suit?
My guess is that he's still healing and is wearing that for the healing process. If I recall correctly, he did wear the black suit for a bit of comic book time after he came back from the dead.
According to Zack Snyder, though, it was going to be a couple more movies before he got his normal suit back, which again misses the whole point of the black suit. Because the black suit is something that Clark immediately removes as soon as he can because it doesn't represent him.
Again, I assume that he still is reclaiming energy at this point. And my guess is like, he was going to have like a few little appearances in other movies, but by like, Man of Steel 2, he would have gotten back the proper costume.
What is this?
Oh, Lex was in Arkham.
Arkham Asylum. I think BBS did showcase that.
A
I'm pretty
bit.
sure he was just in prison.
It's
I don't think
the
it was.
same problem that happens at the end of Identity Crisis. It seems that they put people in Arkham Asylum only because it's recognizable location from the DC universe, even if it doesn't make any sense.
I'm pretty sure it was not established as Arkham in BVS. It looked more like just a generic prison in that regard.
Oh, there he is, Deathstroke.
And yeah, here's another scene that
This
serves.
was from the Snyder Cut.
So yeah, here's another scene that serves to set up a movie that will never come.
Yeah, the suit of Deathstroke in here is inspired by the one of Arkham Origins.
I don't care if you make him wear a suit and be bald. Jesse Eisenberg is a terrible Lex Luthor. I'm sorry.
Ha! An eye for an eye.
Slade deserves those kind of jokes.
Get used to that.
Yes, he does.
Well, I mean, I've seen Teen Titans Go, the movies.
Okay, someone who actually still loves the character, the guy's still an asshole and has done very reprehensible things.
God, it would have been so awesome if they got Ron Perlman as Slade.
It was a bit old at this point.
Ah, so I see they cut out the whole "let's form a league of our own" thing.
Well, the intent is still there, I suppose. They just omit that. I guess that line was just put in there by Whedon.
Yep.
To make it more... Oh, there's more.
Again,
Okay.
Nightmare that Bruce is at.
Tail, welcome to the first of two scenes that were made specifically for this release that Zack Snyder shot during the pandemic.
We were at the very end.
Yep.
Oh.
Apparently, they literally filmed it in Snyder's backyard.
Okay.
I'll admit, I actually thought it was the Steppenwolf fight that was reshot for this, but I guess that wasn't the case.
Okay, so here's the first thing. Me and Liz have actually seen together the movie.
That's right!
Yeah, the scene that was also in the trailer.
Yep.
Joker, how did I forget? We haven't gotten the We haven't gotten the "We Live in a Society" line yet.
No, that's the thing, Joe. It was only in the trailer. It's not actually here. I know that.
Yeah. Okay, so this is actually a jump in time to the future to set up what would be the next movie after this. Yeah, Mara's now part of the team.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So so definitely glad we're not getting that movie.
Deathstroke is also part of the team.
Okay. Question: why didn't they give a insert X amount of years later division? Like we literally just pop into this. I think it's
still a nightmare that Bruce is having.
Even still, though, like the scene transition into this scene is very abrupt.
Yeah.
Like I literally had to do a double take.
Anyway, me and Liz have actually seen the movie that Zack Snyder made after this, Army of the Dead. Notice you have the Flash with you. Flash, why don't you just, time travel back in time to fix this then?
Well,
I'm guessing that's what he's...
Because I'm going to end up fucking things over more, I guess.
I mean, even more than they are right now. Might as well risk it at this point, I would say.
So we're working with Joker.
So yeah, the main reason, according to Zack Snyder, the main reason he shot this scene for this cut is because he wanted to have at least one scene of Ben Affleck's Batman with Jared Leto's Joker in one scene. I have no idea why would you want to have the worst Joker put together with a potentially great Batman that unfortunately was wasted, but you be you, Zack.
Why'd you bring back Amber Heard for this? Like, okay, ignoring my thoughts on her, was Mira really the Atlantean we needed to have for this scene?
What is up with the shot? Okay, basically, guys, you know how the shot keeps going in and out? Look at this. The shot is out of focus, even though it's pointing at Jared Leto's face. The scene is constantly going in and out of focus. This scene is horrendously filmed. Here's a fun story. Me and Rip saw Army of the Dead. The entirety of that movie is shot like this. And like Dark Lord One's editor, who's a fan of Zack Snyder, so he joined the review to bring a positive side to the review and everything. He said, Snyder, what the fuck is this focus out of focus, consistently alternating
I wonder
cinematography?
if this is supposed to show that it's a dream of Bruce's still.
Here's the thing, Jova. The entirety of Army of the Dead is shot like this. I have no idea why Zack Snyder is so infatuated with this
blurry vision.
Blurry vision, yeah.
I mean, does this? Okay, I get. You couldn't really have the actors film too close to each other.
Wait. Oh, right. The implications
I heard that
die.
one of the things that I did heard about the future plan was that Lois was supposed to die at some point.
Yes, I'll talk about it.
Part of her being the key, but...
Exactly.
Yeah. Also talking about alternate timelines.
Also, 1 point for, at the very least, this is the best Jared Leto has looked as the Joker, so there's that. That being said, I still don't like his take on the Joker. It's cringy and it's...
I guess it possibly a proof that with the more proper director and writer, even he could have worked out something nice.
I will say this:
as noted also in the production of both other movies he was in, Jared Leto has his own type of ego and bizarre
Look at this!
behavior.
Look at his face! You see what I mean? What the fuck are you doing, Zach? You see what I mean about the blurry vision? What the fuck is up with this cinematography?
Okay. I know. Again, I know you can't have the actors closer together because of the pandemic, but was
great! Only
the
Queen
answer
also
to
died.
All right, yeah, our F line. Wait, hold on. What's this cut rated?
R.
Well, R. There are very strong degree of gore and swearing.
Not
so Batman also saw in a vision that he's gonna also...
Look how blurry my hand is. Like, now imagine a whole movie that's shot like this. That's what Army of the Dead is. I'm not even kidding you.
Definitely inspired by Frank Miller's version of the characters, because I'm reminded of All-Star Batman and Robin, a story in which the major appearance of the Joker is him not smiling a single panel.
I have no idea what was the thought process behind the shooting of this scene. I'm sorry, he just looks silly, and not in a good way.
Highway end scene, because...
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something, Bruce. How fucked up are things, and how desperate are you to the point where you bring in the Joker to be part of your team?
Well,
I guess the world around is in a very bad state. Well, that's the thing, Joe. Okay, I'm agreeing to an extent, but only because of a power level. What is the Joker capable?
Yeah, exactly. How is the Joker going to help against Superman?
Well, one thing the DCAU, and by that I'm talking about, okay, the Timverse did show that Joker can actually be very resourceful in thinking outside the box, though. Granted, that is like Mark Hamill's Joker. Jared Leto's Joker, as far as we know, is like not to that level.
Yeah. And there you go, evil Superman, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, so that future that.
Yeah. And here's the second scene that was shot, and you'll notice that Ben Affleck looks considerably thinner in this scene.
Okay, it was obviously filmed during the pandemic again.
Look how sad he looks. Like, it's interesting. I find it interesting how Zack.
This is the stealth sequel to Gone Girl, and he has just been left by Rosamund Pike.
Oh, Gone Girl! What a movie that was.
Martian Manhunter. Where the fuck were you all this time? You could have helped.
I thought you guys had it.
Actually,
clearly we didn't.
Who is playing John?
The guy from Man of Steel.
John Jones. I mean, who is he played by? What actor is he played by?
He was also the angry fuck in Matrix Reloaded and Matrix Revolutions. Let me get his
so
name.
they used the same person for his voice. Okay.
Yes. I mean, might as well. Why not?
Oh, good effort, buddy. But well, maybe
nobody uses fire.
Yeah, and maybe a different version of you will be fighting the good fight. Well, okay, actually, did he? No, he probably didn't show up in the Flash movie.
No.
Surprisingly, Wikipedia doesn't have him in the credits.
Maybe IMDb?
Yeah.
And please don't pretend to be Clark's mum again. That was really creepy.
He said the name!
He said it, everybody. He said it.
No, kind of. The reason why he was called like that in the original comic line is because choosing the work of a detective would made sense for this kind of name.
That's where he also gets the term John Jones. Up, and wait a minute.
Infinity and beyond. Oh,
Whatever.
Pass it to the camera. Oh wait, no, he isn't.
Okay.
Come to think of it, Bruce, your lakeside place looks a bit like Tony's lakeside.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think there's no post-credit scene.
For Autumn. Remember, that's Zack Snyder's daughter.
That's the daughter.
Zack Snyder's daughter.
Yeah.
Remember? Yeah. Okay. So, real quick, before we get to the final thoughts, let me just recap real quick what were the plans after this. Okay. So, remember the pregnancy test that we saw in Lois's cupboard? Guess what? Apparently was going to be revealed in the next movie, and you're probably wondering why did Superman turn evil? That's because Darkseid kills Lois, and that makes Superman go insane and evil. Yeah,
because it happened in Injustice.
I think Grant Morrison put it best. If we normal human beings can handle the death of a loved one without becoming psychopaths, for the most part, of course, obviously, I'm sure, then Superman should be able to just fine. It's just like this idea that Superman, the only thing that's keeping him sane and good is Lois, is so ridiculous to me. That is the antithesis of what Clark Kent is.
I should point out that there is literally a story which is Injustice Gods Among Us, but Superman doesn't go evil. It's a story called Kingdom Come, which essentially had the Joker bombing Metropolis. Lois got caught in the blast. You would think Superman would go crazy from the grief and horror of it all, but no, he doesn't. He takes Joker in to get properly punished and whatnot by the Court of Justice, and it's some other edgy know-it-all who kills Joker and kicks off the universe.
Another demonstration.
Superman still opts to be Superman, though.
Which demonstrates once again that Zack Snyder doesn't understand these characters. Miles, aka Dark Watch Other One's editor, who joined him for the Snyder Cut's review, even talked about, despite how much of a Snyder fan he is, he would never be okay with that. So he himself is also glad that those movies never came to be.
Mixed blessing.
Once again, Zack Snyder continues to demonstrate that he does not understand these characters. And now let's talk about Lois and her pregnancy test thing. So here's what happened, Joe. You're probably wondering, guess what? That's why Lois is the key, by the way. Because Flash was trying to warn Batman about Lois. Basically, that's why she was the key in BVS. There you go.
And
also,
Joker's line there seems to suggest that Batman let Lois die, and that apparently the good ending would have been Batman letting himself die. And
now here's the best part, Jova. In between, you know what happens in between? What happened in between BVS and Justice League while Superman was dead? The pregnancy test. Well, guess what? in between movies, it was going to be revealed that Lois Lane and Bruce Wayne had a love affair, and she got pregnant of Bruce's child.
So basically, this episode would have been an episode of one of those really trashy...
Allow me to remind you of one line that Bruce Wayne had in this very movie. Of course, she helped them bring to his senses. She's the woman he loves and everything. Like, yeah, the woman he loves that you porked in between movies. You kind of left that out, didn't you, Bruce? Just like, what the fuck are you doing, Zach?
Is that his way of paying, like, honors to the DCAU where Bruce kind of had a thing for Lois, much to Clark's chagrin?
Even still, though, like, in context of this universe, like Bruce, what? So let me get this straight, Bruce. The woman is grieving. It kind of implies that Bruce took advantage of her grief, and while she was vulnerable and took advantage of her. That's kind of why it's implied. Because remember, at the beginning of this movie, she's still grieving, and she still hasn't gone back to work. So it kind of implies that Bruce took advantage of her vulnerability, kind of, which is really fucked up and really out of character for Bruce. Why would Bruce even... Like, it's so stupid.
I honestly thought that originally it was that the child was still Superman's, but essentially what they end up doing is naming it after Bruce. Like, from what I recall hearing was that the plan was that Lois was the key in the sense that, yes, her death caused the Superman to go crazy. So it turns out, now with the knowledge of that, the thing that would change is that Bruce would actually die in her place, and as a result, they would name the child after Bruce while being raised by Clark and Lois.
Here's the other best part. Eventually, Bruce Wayne dies, and it's Lois and Bruce's child that becomes the new Batman. So yeah, that's basically Zack Snyder's big stupid fanfic that he had planned after this, and I'm glad we didn't get it because that is so laughably stupid. I cannot even. What?
Yes, that's it.
Well, here's the thing too. We only have what he told us. Obviously, he didn't tell us every single bit of the script that he had planned.
He did. But he did mention what was the plan of Darkseid's invasion and everything.
Well, yeah, there's something about, I feel like maybe... Well, how about this? Start your final thoughts while I actually look the actual statement. I was basically summing it up, Teal, for the sake of time. Go on, Teal.
All right.
Go on,
Okay, so now we know what happens when a studio greenlights a project because it gets sick and tired of hearing a bunch of whiny crybabies harass their social media. So we get a project that I'm sure that Zack put all of his effort into it, and his team, and especially those last two scenes, considering that they were filming during a pandemic, and apparently they literally filmed in his back garden, to at least keep everyone as safe as possible during the filming of those scenes. Unfortunately, while it is a more consistent movie than the Justice League, as in, this film's tone is at least consistent, while Justice League's was all over the place. Unfortunately, it has it bears another issue, where the story which really wasn't that engaging in the first place, is made even longer and more dour. Almost everyone looks like... It's not even just Lois who's meant to be sad all the time, in this movie anyway. Everyone else just looks really... in some cases they look fed up. Like, I think there are times where Ben Affleck, even before the COVID scenes were filmed, looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. The effects range from... fine to I can tell this was done without being able to be in a proper rendering farm. Anything else I can mention? I mean, the music before you say anything. It's a musical score. I'll be honest. in terms of Junkie XL scores, I wouldn't say this is quite up there. I think his Deadpool 1 score was more memorable than this. And I do appreciate them, trying to reverse the atrocity of what happened involving Ray Fisher, and the production of the previous version by actually giving Cyborg more to him, as opposed to he just stands there and goes booyah. And again, I get it. Yeah, Zack was doing this because he wanted to finish off a project. Plus, he wanted to do it in dedication of his sadly deceased daughter.
Which, WB took advantage of that death to kind of sneak the whole change to the DCU over him, and that was not cool.
Yeah, well, I mean, Warner Brothers has always done a lot of dodgy things involving superhero movies. It's just, this is one of the more heinous examples.
All right. Anything else?
How unnecessarily dark in terms of the looks of the movie. Okay, in terms of the movie's other looks, not just the effects. Why this was made in 4:3 in the year 2021, and there's no even like artistic or aesthetic reason for it. It escapes me. It's like I said before, we here in the UK, we started filming stuff in widescreen from the late 90s, and Zack Snyder is stuck even behind that when it comes to the making of this movie and its aspect ratio.
But Webbs, what about Zack Snyder's avant-garde and innovative technique of filming scenes by constantly going in and out of focus at random?
It's like he had a Vaseline button that he pressed randomly.
The closest I can imagine.
Then again, apparently, because of the pandemic, he apparently wasn't actually on set. He directed it through Zoom.
Remind me, was Army of the Dead directed during the pandemic as well?
Only the scenes where they CGI in Tig Notaro's character.
Okay, but the entirety of that movie is shot in that style, though. That's what's weird. The fact that this is intent. This is as intended. This is not just, I have to do this because of the pandemic. Army of the Dead is entirely like this, and it boggles my mind why Zack Snyder is so infatuated with this style of filming, because it makes no sense. There's no logical reason why would you shoot a scene like this.
Does Rebel Moon have it too?
I haven't seen it, so I wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, we'll probably get to that someday. Honestly, I think that's it. If there's something I've forgotten, the answer to the question. Does this film need to be 4 hours? No. I'm pretty sure. You could get this movie down to like maybe 3 hours.
Yeah.
And not really lose much of anything. Like, honestly, like that weird scene with not Martha and Lois. Like, that doesn't even achieve anything dramatically for anybody because Lois wasn't even actually talking to Martha to air out both their grief with each other. It's just Martian Manhunter in disguise.
It feels like it was just done for the sake. Sorry.
And it also kind of fucks with my mind afterwards, because every time Martha shows up after that, I keep thinking in my head, wait, is he actually talking to his mom, or is he talking to Martian Manhunter?
It feels like it was just done so that fans could go, "Oh, look, it's the Martian Manhunter. He doesn't actually do anything, but he's there."
Also, why did he disguise himself as the Wolverine?
I don't know. The movie never explains why, so I have no fucking clue.
It just comes off as Martian Manhunter interjecting himself into other people's personal business. That's really creepy.
I guess trying to motivate Lois into action.
Probably.
Yeah, the bang up job he did at that. Yeah, the bang up job he did at that. She was still depressed after that.
I mean, ask for an explanation. Not that it was actually effective.
Also, sure, she was still at home, but not explicitly uber super depressed, and it does finally get her back out, as we see with her taking the press pass and everything. I mean, the scene did have a point and purpose. I can get not liking it, but it's not like it did not fulfill its function.
The primary problem is that they don't even introduce who the hell Martian Manhunter is. So
when I first saw him in this cut, I was like, wait, is this like? I don't remember my exact reaction, but I was like, wait, who's this? And judging from his appearance and his similar shaped head, I would have thought, if you hadn't told me, I would have thought he was like Darkseid's younger good brother.
To their credit, they do mention him by name by the scene with Bruce, so technically they do have that base covered.
Is he Darkseid's brother or any paternal family relation?
All father and matron are not really fitting for that kind of thing, Lives.
Again, I don't know. I'm not comic literate.
I mean, there's not really any reason to think that Martian Manhunter is Darkseid's brother, really.
Because that's the plot twist of any kind of movie like this almost. Oh my god, that twin brother of mine that I was searching for was actually the villain all along.
All right. Anything else, Lips?
Nah, that's it. I mean, to me, this comes off as a project more of misguided passion than anything else, which is more admirable than, say, a project that just came about because, fuck it, I need the money. but not that much. But not. It's okay. If I had to pick between this or Justice League, and I'm going to remove any moral thing or really reprehensible thing anyone involved in either of the productions did, I would side with the Snyder cut just barely, because it's more consistent than the Whedon cut, and it's not just jumping all over the place, and it doesn't have and that Russian family really didn't add much of anything except
to show how heroic our heroes are in saving them.
But we know the heroes. I mean, they saved the whole city. Never mind just that one family in that city.
It feels redundant.
I'm trying to get into the headspace of Whedon for that one, honestly. Cause...
Oh god, Jova, no, get out!
Jesus Christ, Jova, why would you want to do that to yourself?
To find answers, damn it. Sometimes you must go to even the darkest of places.
Anyway,
while I try and rescue Jova from the inner workings of the cesspool that is Joss Whedon's mind, I'll let you guys do your final thoughts.
All right, quickly before Theo moves, allow me to answer his question. Okay, so we actually have access to all of the storyboard pitches that it's a good amount of pages that details things. Fortunately, the first page has a basic sum up thing. I'm not going to read all of this stuff because it's a lot. I just wanted to throw out the specific bits. But here's the basic gist of it. It says right here, the Heroes Arcs forgot parts 2 and 2A. Okay, I don't know whether it's just part 2 and part 3, but whatever. With Lois's help, the dead Superman will learn to become Clark Kent again, feeling more human than ever. As he and Lois start a family, Wonder Woman will reconnect with the Amazons and her mother, eventually becoming their new queen and rejoining these isolationist warriors with the outside world. Aquaman, with the help of Mera, will bring the 7 kingdoms together. Well, I'm glad we're not going to see that. I'm glad we're not going to see that then.
Mera.
I mean, that's...
Well, Mera is his... Well, remember, Mera isn't meant to be his love interest for as much as we don't like it, so...
Oh, yeah. No, I get that, but it sounds like they're focusing more on Mera than Aquaman in that regard, especially since, remember also...
That's mentioned later, Jova, but go on, Peter, in the meantime.
Becoming the one true king, building a new alliance between the oceans and the surface. The Flash will free himself from the past, releasing his father from prison with Cyborg's help, and learning how to master his time-traveling abilities, literally becoming able to be in 2 places at once. Cyborg will evolve both into the modern day I don't know what's here. The digital age. A god of the digital age, that's it. And into a human once again. And Batman will ultimately sacrifice his life for these unlikely friends and the woman he loves, as in Lois, leaving behind a legacy that will never truly die. Though the power of heroes may fade, it can never die.
Also, Job, in case you're wondering, the reason why Mera was in the post-apocalyptic future, because that was apparently, I was skimming through the other pages what it was talking, it was actually one of the plans for one of the later Justice League movies. That apparently also included the Green Lantern showing up, as in Al Jordan, showing up with his buddies, Kilowog, and the others. By the time Darkseid had already ravaged the place.
Oh, here it is. I found the paragraph that says about this. Bruce and Lois. Bruce secretly meets with Lois, both of them still searching for Lex Luthor. There's tension between them since Superman has returned. The meeting ends after Lois tells Bruce that Superman needs more than ever. Bruce knows Lois is hiding something else. And then later on, it's going to get revealed that she's pregnant with Bruce's child and that they had an affair in between, which, again, like, why would you even... This is baffling.
I would absolutely love this.
Look, I understand. I'm not necessarily... Look, especially because, if anything, Whedon had a better idea of pairing... I would rather have the Bruce Wayne and Diana Prince over this. Like, Jesus Christ, this is so dumb. Like, who thought this was a good idea? Oh, wait, I know who did. And that's basically it. There's a lot of pages here. I'm not going to read for all of this because we've been doing this for quite a long time. So basically, everybody, I'm going to tell Theo to put this in the description so that anyone who wants to read all the juicy details of what was Zack Snyder's entirely plans, you can read it for yourself. I just wanted to talk about these specific points because they're the ones that stick out the most to me. If you want to read more, go ahead. The link is in the description. Go ahead, Theo. Final thoughts.
Anyway... It's hard to judge, to be honest, at the end of the day, because they're technically on its own. It's technically harmless. It's more the circumstances involved and the people involved that drags the product overall. I can say that between the two movies, the two versions of the movie, I guess I do prefer this one. There's technically more stuff. And it's the original vision of the author. As flawed as it is, it applies to, what I'm trying to strive for, as in, if I had to judge a product, I will judge it in good and evil by the vision of the author instead of, an intermediary that thought better.
Mm-hmm.
There is that.
Oh, sure.
Again, though, we do know that Zack has an ego, and it's showcased in different aspects in here. He's trying to replicate stuff from 300 and Watchmen when it comes to cinematography and scenes, but I do believe those are not really there. They do shine in a few places, definitely, particularly some iconic, like for example the fight scenes, but in others, when he's trying, not quite reaching. Watchmen did manage to have more color for a start, 300 was also very stylized. The slow-mo is a bit too much in this version of the movie, and sometimes we don't really get a pan out that justifies an iconic type scene. So, for example, like towards the end where the Flash has to touch the mother box, and it's a scene slightly similar to the creation of Adam. From God's perspective, that I can get, for example, just an example. But the movie needed more of that, and that is sorely missing. That's the aspect of Zack Snyder that I genuinely enjoy the most, and is kind of lacking in this. I don't know why. And mind you, most of the movie was technically the thing that was shot before, so it's not even a case of blame for the pandemic or anything. It's just a thing that happened, So considering also what happened with Barry's type of jokes, I guess it's more of a case that Zack decided to try taking gambles for this movie and possibly didn't pay it off. I can make an argument and easily say that this is the better movie between Man of Steel and BVS, compared to those two. Mm-hmm. That's not saying much, but at the very least, it's improving, in terms of line moving towards. So there is that. The problem is that reading the synopsis of what's had in mind for the future of the DCEU, honestly, would have been too much of a mess, excluding even the cock arc, because again, Deji pointing that makes it too not irresistible, too irresistible to not avoid it. Even avoiding that, going immediately towards the post-apocalyptic scenario of Darkseid is sorely a mistake. The same one that the Flashpoint continuity eventually led towards. I know, spoiler alert, because we barely scratched the surface onto that. But that's kind of the same problem that happened, and the thing that's reflecting what we said also in BBS. Trying to rush towards the death and resurrection of Superman, then Darkseid invasion of Earth with the post-apocalyptic stuff, that's going too far. I get it. The MCU at this point was going super strong, and you needed to catch up very quickly. But this was not the way to go. I'm sorry. You needed to have patience and move one step at a time. I don't even think I would have minded too much keeping some of the characters solo moving or to go forward, and having them after, because, I still enjoyed the Aquaman movie for what it was, getting there in a second, but rushing things through just with these kind of big story arcs does not help the bigger picture. And I honestly don't know if this is a case that Zack is entirely to blame. Was he pressured by the WB executives just like he was when making Man of Steel? Was it a combination of the two? I honestly don't know. The tone is also a thing that I need to ponder upon. Not necessarily to be against, though. I honestly think the overall dourness is at its best here compared to Man of Steel and BVS. Superman is dead, the world is in a bit of a bad state, and Steppenwolf is not helping. So honestly, it kind of makes sense that things will be the depressed style that we saw in Man of Steel and BVS. The problem is that these clashes with the theme moving forward. There's a lot that can be said about the fan entitlement that fans, Zack Snyder fans had, in regards to this. I would see where they're coming from one thing, though. Seeing, as someone who has enjoyed some of those movies that I'm talking about, seeing the movies done after, this original vision was in mind, and particularly knowing that this was the original vision, seeing movies like Aquaman, Shazam, Birds of Prey and stuff like that, going to have a much more lighter and very comedic, leaning comedic tone towards them, as a sort of a course correction, kind of does feel like a slap in the face. I actually get that kind of feeling. This veering away from consistency for the sake of, potentially chasing a trend instead. And again, I enjoyed Aquaman, I enjoyed Shazam. I didn't enjoy Birds of Prey, but But I get it, I don't agree with a lot of aspects, including the fan entitlement, but I get it, and part of me does wish that the tone would have stayed consistent throughout. The problem was not necessarily that, potentially, but the story we were going to get. Cockhearts.
And really, between Bruce and Superman of all people, come on.
I honestly don't know. Again, we do know for a fact that Zack is a fan of Frank Miller, in some of his stories. So why not go in there and have Catwoman face Bruce's love interest? I don't know. It overall just feels too rushing, like I said. Part of me still wishes the Green Lantern 2011 movie was actually successful in Warasy, because that would have been the starting point. And like I said, because that worked with the MCU, where Iron Man was only partially known, but then became kind of the flagship, character for the franchise. Imagine a DC franchise in which Hal Jordan is actually the flagship hero instead of Clark Kent. That's that's innovative, technically, in a way. That's unknown and never done before. Imagine the potential of that. Sure, Superman fans might be a bit pissed off, but I get the idea. There was an hidden potential that just needed to be tapped, and it's one of those kind of things of think that in alternate reality, that's kind of what happened, and maybe the trade-off was something else. But part of me thinks maybe that's the entire reason things went tumbling down this hard overall.
I can definitely
the domino effect.
I can definitely agree that maybe if they had stuck to their guns and let the vision play out, it could have turned out better. Like, I'll admit, I kind of see the course correction here somewhat similar to what happened with Ace Attorney after Ace Attorney 4. We got massive course correction after that. And while I argue what we got was good, some people do wonder what it would have been if we'd continued with the vision there.
Oh, again, I haven't seen or played yet Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, so I'm going
Let's keep this to the Zack
say.
Snyder. Yeah, true. Let's keep this to the Zack Snyder stuff. I do wonder. I mean, granted, what we're hearing is very messy. That being said, one thing to consider is that this was stuff that was on the drawing board, so ideally some stuff might have gotten tinkered with, changed around. Like, it really does make you wonder. While what we got seemed a mess, maybe in the bigger picture it would have landed better when the whole thing was said and done. Granted, it is a case of maybe, would've, could've, or what if.
Anyway, again, going back to the movie, the score is existent. I don't outright hate it, but I have to agree, at least partially, with Pedro. Sometimes it's not fitting. It's not really super epic. I don't think the Joss Whedon versions of the score is technically that much better. Just because you slap in partially part of the 1989 Advent theme does not automatically elevate it.
Oh, sure.
Honestly.
And they also apparently used the Williams Superman theme.
Yes, when Superman comes in to help, yep.
I didn't remember that, to be honest, but it was a long time. My point is that this score is just serviceable, at best. There. Some of the licensed songs are not as fitting. Again, that was actually on point in Watchmen in doing those. What happened here? Did he have a bad playlist to use this time around? Was Warner Bros. Subcontracting bad licenses? I'm pretty sure they have some, discographic rights that they can use. What happened?
I don't know.
The CGI is fine. As someone who is more ignorant on the matter, and most of the time is actually, as a person, I'm actually fine on the CGI. I think it's fine on the overall. There might have been one or two green screens that I noticed that are a bit more noticeable than others, but honestly, that's too big of a deal to me. I've never been that super picky about special effects unless they were really, really bad, in terms of being noticeable. The actor's deliveries, it's fine across the board, except for, Ezra Miller. I don't think Gal Gadot is as bad as people said when it comes to her delivery, but Ezra Miller is just... God, even taking aside the quality of the jokes, which do remind me that I try to avoid superheroes that try to be very chatty and with that kind of sense of humor. Ezra Miller is just unbearable, both in this and in the Whedon version. Again, either Zack took a gamble or Warner Bros. Pushed, Zack to use Ezra Miller for this specific purpose. Either way, it doesn't really work out. I'm sorry. Everyone else is technically fine. I didn't think Ben Affleck was, deflated by the experience. I don't think Jason Momoa was bad in this delivery. The cyborg stuff actually worked better for the most part, but I partially had to agree with Pedro. Maybe a solo move would have worked better. The problem is that, help me out, Jovan. Does Cyborg have a set of, personal set of villains for his own? I don't have much experience with him. Like
again, Cyborg is
Injustice 2 had Grid, but I don't remember if it was a creation where he was a pre-existing character.
Okay, in regards to Cyborg as on his own, that's tougher to say. See, Cyborg typically is a team character. Now I do appreciate that they've been trying to have him strike out more on his own recently, but on the other hand, though, he has something of a rogues gallery, kind of. I mean, granted, to be fair, I guess probably Grid is probably your best bet for an arch rival. Even still, okay, that's the thing. A lot of his best enemies, stuff like maybe Firewire, Brother Blood, or whatnot, some of those are, team villains in that regard. So it really, really is tough to say in that regard. I'm not as familiar with his rogues gallery. He has a bit of a rogues gallery, so that's fine.
Anyway, technically stuff is fine. I understand that the solo movie would have worked better potentially, but I will take this over what Joss Whedon did. The character really was done dirty in the other cut.
Yeah.
Shit. Same goes for the side characters. Commissioner Gordon, Alfred. Aquaman's advisor, played by William Dafoe. I guess to an extent also Mera. Again, let's try to be in universe. Surprised that Perry White is not in this movie. I thought he was too present in this, but alas.
Yeah, that was surprising.
I guess because Lois was too busy being sad at home. Yeah. I had to also partially agree with Pedro. I get the idea behind Lois grieving, but maybe one less scene with her doing so would have worked just fine. I don't mind Martian Manhunter trying to push her into action, but come on.
I'll agree that, I see what they were going with. I do kind of have to prefer that Whedon had her at least working. Now, granted, I feel like, again, a mix would have been maybe a scene or two of her grieving at the apartment, then after Martian Manhunter rouses her back, then have the scenes with her back at the Daily Planet, essentially.
Would have been fine if Jimmy Olsen actually had been there to actually talk with Lois and console. Oh wait, he died like a moron at the beginning of BBS. My bad.
That is still incredibly stupid, given the fact that I don't think he was even properly. Wait, no, I guess he was named, but even still, he acted and looked at nothing like the Jimmy Olsen that we knew. If anything, it seemed like he was Jimmy Olsen's secret agent man or something. And look, when Zack Snyder has good ideas and works with them, he can produce wonders. But when he fails, he really fails.
I'm not sure there's too much I can add, I suppose. Again, I overall liked this, if I came to be honest, but there's kind of still the weight of the circumstances, and again, some of the people involved. I didn't even mind at all keeping the setup that never will arrive. Again, if this is supposed to be the original envisionment, railroading, again, the ending to feel more conclusive would have been another change added at the last. Sure, I can make an argument that the scenes in the post-apocalyptic future could have not been, filmed by the extension. But honestly, I didn't mind that still the idea of, stuff like Lex Luthor setting up his own critical society of supervillains. Just a thing that would happen. Sure, superfluous, but, I don't mind it. I guess there's that. So yeah. That's how the Zack Snyder continuity technically ends. Again, I understand overall why James Gunn wants to push the reboot. I really wish he would have been able to keep characters like Blue Beetle dead, because I think some characters and actors caught in the crossfire, were a bit unfair, unfairly treated. And sure, you can make an argument about Soups overall, but I'm mostly talking about the more recent stuff. Again, namely Blue Beetle, because both the movie and the actors involved really had no fault in being caught in all of this. We could have just wait until Zack decided to push the button in order to introduce them. But again, that's what we'd like to see. And again, you can make an argument that there might have an easier game this time around, hopefully, but we'll have to see how things work out in the end. Again, only time will tell, and well, if everything goes alright, I suppose. But that's kind of gone.
I overall like it. I think it's a good, fine movie, but it's nothing more than that. I'm gonna put it like this, yes, this movie does come together to form a coherent enough picture. On its own, though, it is not enough to, turn the tide. And granted, I guess we always knew from the get-go that, no, this was just them extending a courtesy and letting Snyder complete his vision. I don't think there were, any delusions that, well, from sensible people anyway, that, we were gonna get sequels from this in that regard. I do appreciate still that Zack kept in even some of the teasing bits because, hey, the idea is to give this movie back preserved, okay? Again, it makes sense that it may not have follow-ups here and there, but it is nice to see the groundwork that he was laying in that regard. But like I said, it's good and fine, but it is not without its problems. Like I said with Zack Snyder, he is capable of making great movies, as we've seen. The problem is, again, when he fails, he really... Well, I think the best way to put it is that he tends to dial a lot of stuff up to 11, for the better or for the worst. We do see some of his bad mannerisms, for the most part, the slowdown is nice, but there are some bits where, yeah, we really did not need slowdown. The pacing, for the most part, is fine. There are some scenes that go on a little bit lengthy here. I'm overall fine with what they did with Lois, but I'll admit I do overall prefer how she was handled in the Whedon cut, which does come down to it. While this is overall better than the Whedon cut, at least to me, I do feel like the best thing to have done would have been to do a bit of a fusion. And granted, I can get why Snyder would not want to do that. The Whedon cut was made in the worst way possible. A studio taking advantage of a man's grieving for the death of his daughter, which is incredibly heinous, not to mention how Whedon was apparently a terror with actors, some more than others, on set as well. So I can understand why he would not want to do that for the sake of, maintaining his vision and, probably not really liking to so much as look at the Whedon cut. So, fair being fair.
Not to mention, it's something that, I'm pretty sure Zack Snyder doesn't like a lot of these creative decisions to begin with anyway, regardless of what went down behind the scenes. So.
Yeah, I think the ironic thing is that, and I'll admit, even I was one of the people who was pretty happy with how things seemed to be turning out, more brighter and whatnot, knowing the context behind that, yikes. And granted, in the long run, that wasn't the overall big fix, given other problems going on, but I digress. As to this movie itself, while it's good, I feel like even as a big crossover on its own, it doesn't feel like it's taking the big advantage that it should. Like I've said, ideally, from the get-go, you want to start off with a Justice League movie and then flesh out other characters? Okay, fine. But in that case, it's going to be a bit tougher for you to expect us to care as much about these characters. In that case, what you should be prioritizing first and foremost is how they work as a group unit. And admittedly, part of this is hindered by the fact that Supes is dead for a lot of the movie, so we don't get much interactions with him and the rest of the team. And other team members go, oh, grr, I'm not going to join you now, until later in the movie. And I get it, build up the characters and all that, but I feel like that clashes with us getting to see them as a team proper. And And again, I hate to admit it, I feel the Whedon cut may have done the team building arc kind of better than the Snyder cut. Again, they give Cyborg an amazing, fantastic, great character arc for this. But it feels like for all the stuff he gets, the other characters lose out on more. Admittedly, Flash, not as much, but they give us glimpses and hints at his own stuff, which will later be drawn up in his own movie. It feels weirdly erratic and not inconsistent. Like, the tone does feel consistent, but it feels weird with, how Flash kind of pops in and out here. Now, in regards to Ezra Miller's acting, I'm fine with Barry in this movie, but I'll admit, something does still feel off about him here. I don't hate it, but again, look, I know it's been said before, but Grant Gustin was right there, DC. I know he's in CW, but come on, would people really be mad about it? And okay, granted, to be fair, Justice League was made before all of Miller's stuff came out like that, so I guess, okay, for the Snyder cut, I get it why they did not recast him. As for the Flash movie, well, that's a completely different story here. Overall, I'm fine with the Flash. I'm actually keen that they brought Volko back. That's neat. And Mira, she certainly did her role, and she certainly talked, and she certainly showed up with a trench coat in the apocalyptic future. God, no wonder Heard was having such a big ego thinking she was the real star of the Aquaman franchise. Someone was favoritizing her. But, look, okay.
But Jova, you finally got to see Ben Affleck's Batman and Jared Leto's Joker on screen, finally, at last.
Okay, look, I actually do like Ben Affleck's Batman when he's not being jackass, but no, I never liked Jared Leto's Joker. Not helped by the fact that Jared Leto actually tried to sabotage Joaquin Phoenix's Joker project because he was that insecure about, his standing as Joker. Goddamn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like you, I'll say this. Yes, this is the best Jared Leto's Joker has ever been. Now, whether that is a good thing or a sad thing is up for you to decide, because he is better in these few minutes than he was in the entirety. And to be fair, he still didn't even have that much of a presence, but, he was in Suicide Squad. Okay, look.
And that's when you can actually see his face, considering how blurry this scene looks.
Now, to Leto's credit, I don't know how much of the Joker design of the DCU was his deciding, so maybe he was working best with what he had to work with in Suicide Squad. Shame the acting did not work out at all. I'm sorry, I'm sure, even if Leto's a nice guy, and from what we've heard, if he's a nice guy, that would be after he has had rehabilitation after being a rather, again, on the set jackass in the name of, being in character. But, again, okay. And the thing is, my dude, you removed the "We Live in a Society" line, and yeah, I get it, that was for the trailer, but, come on, did you not think people were gonna be pissed that the "We Live in a Society" line was trailer only? Come on, that just feels like you were deliberately tricking people with a carrot on a stick on that one. God, I'm spending so much time on this. No, I'm sorry. Jared Leto's Joker has never worked for me, and, well, okay, look, the fact that even Teen Titans Go pretty much took a jab at Jared Leto's Joker kind of shows that I think the well has been poisoned with Leto's Joker, and that is one of the things I will not miss from the DCEU. Thank you very much. Do not pass go. Goodbye. What else to talk about? The score. I'm fine with the score. That said, it is one of those movie scores that's just, oh, this is the exact music we need for the situation. None of it will really stick with me, but it worked for the scenes it was in. Kudos. Overall, yes, this is an improvement over the Whedon cut. I do also like the visuals. They are much better put together. Probably because, this wasn't slapdash put together. Steppenwolf looks great. His expressions are all there, and I can properly understand him in that regard, too, and there. The effects are also a delight, too. Again, that's one thing Snyder does have going for him. He is a great visual effects guy. And he can be a great cinematographer. Which leads me to wonder, what was up with the in and out of focus shots during that apocalypse scene? Again, granted, I chalk it up to being, it's to show that it's a dream, or maybe he was trying to simulate, the heat waves in front of them.
I guess, but it's just, in practice, it's just so distracting, and it makes the scene hard to watch, because you're trying to focus on Jared Leto in the close-up, and then suddenly, boom, blurry, and it's just it makes the
even if there is a reason for it, it's not the most visually pleasing.
Yeah, I'm trying to watch the movie, and you keep... It's the thing, it's not even consistent. It seems like it's random. Now it's out of focus. Now it's in focus. Now it's out of focus. It just feels so random. It's constantly changing, and it's hard to focus on the scene this way. Now imagine a whole movie shot like this, Jova. That's Army of the Dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I have yet to see Army of the Dead. I've heard mixed accounts.
No, the movie is fine. The movie itself is fine. It's perfectly enjoyable, if anything, because Batista's the main character, and I'm always up for Dave Batista, obviously.
Apparently, Snyder's better in his element with that one. I've heard.
Yeah, it's a better movie, but damn, is the cinematography frustrating, because you're trying to focus and the fucking camera keeps changing lens. Go on.
And like I said, it's weird because, okay, here's the thing about Snyder. The frustrating thing about Snyder is that, again, we have seen he is capable of great things. And it really is frustrating that, okay, granted, to him this probably was his A game, but the DCU as a whole has not felt like his best work. I get it, it's a specific vision and all that, but ooh, does he feel out of touch? And again, that's the thing. He sounds like a great guy to work with, but when he's making decisions or giving his PR interviews or whatnot, he sucks at his bedside manner.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention the fact that he still completely misunderstands these characters, as demonstrated by the stupid plans we had after this.
Okay, to his credit, this was part of the fact that the live action versus going off of the New 52 version, so technically in line with the New 52 variants, though granted, it's kind of hilarious how the live act, again, as me and Tio have alluded to before, it's hilarious how they definitely were banking on a lot of DC stuff lining up with the New 52, and I do mean everything. It wasn't just like the comics, but we had the movies, the live action movies, theme park stuff. All that was lining up with the New 52. And now the New 52 is dead. Good riddance and all that, but yeah, it really does feel like DC were panicking when they realized, oh crap, the New 52, which we laid a lot of our foundations on, didn't go over well, and now the comic book writers are undoing that. Well, what do we do now with our cinematic universe? And the rest is history. That said, the actors all are doing a good job. Darkseid's actor is flipping great, and I appreciate how they got the design wonderfully done. The costume work's all good. Look, at the end of the day, I had a good time with this. But it's not the definitive Justice League movie that we need. Or the one that we deserve.
Mm-hmm.
You tried, Zaslav. You tried, and perhaps to you, you succeeded. And if that is how you feel, good for you. Good for you. But in terms of the grand scheme of things, it still was not enough. I do wonder if the full vision realized might have turned out for the better, but that is sadly something we will never know. At least not in this universe. Hey, Joe. Cap us off.
Yeah, I was looking for these pages. I found out the page that it says basically what happens was Flash is pulled through time. Then we're with Bruce and Lois as they first argue in Justice League 2. You're not the father. Lois storms out of the Batcave when the Flash arrives, landing in the Justice League 2 moment. He tells Bruce what he didn't hear before, but that what Bruce whispered in Flash's ear. Lois lied to you. You're the father. After delivering this message, the Flash vanishes from existence. Lois comes down, trying to reconnect with Bruce and still reading for the information. And again, Lois insisting that he listens to her. This time he does. She tells him Lex has a plan, blah, blah, blah. Suddenly Darkseid's too. Okay. So, yeah. They basically turned this into a fucking soap opera about who's the father. It's just like... Anyway.
Only Dej was here to hear about that.
No, I think he already knows this. But, okay. Final thoughts. This is a better movie than the Whedon cut. I will agree. But it's still not very good. The movie still has the same base premise, but extended to high heaven. Like, seriously. Again, this would have been shorter if we had a proper introduction to Cyborg in his own movie, like he deserved. You know? This is the big problem. Because before this movie, if it wasn't for Warner Brothers meddling in Zack Snyder's original plan, here's how things would have turned out. We would have had Man of Steel, we would have had Batman v Superman, then we have had David Ayer's Suicide Squad. We don't know how the original cut would have been, and we'll never know at this point. But well, whatever. And after that, Wonder Woman, and after that, Justice League. That would have been everything we've had up until this point, which means that this movie, by the time we would have come out in 2017, we were introduced to the Suicide Squad, which did not show up in this movie, so whatever. We were introduced to Superman, Batman in BVS, and Wonder Woman in BVS as well. And then Wonder Woman got her solo movie, whereas the Ben Affleck solo Batman movie never came to be as well, but it would have come out later after this. So this means that, of course, because we only got introduced to Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman before this means that the movie now has to basically make up for it and take a lot of time to introduce Cyborg, Flash, and Aquaman all at once. And that's the big problem. If you go back again, if you go watch the first Avengers movie, while that movie is still a very enjoyable story, simple story on its own, you'll notice that movie is straight to the point, because the movie goes off the assumption that you've seen the solo movies, and therefore we don't need to recap to you who these people are and why you should care, because you already know, you've seen the movies. But Justice League can afford to do that. So as a result, it has to extend itself and take 30 minutes out of its and put the plot on pause just so we can go through Cyborg's origin story. And that makes the movie feel bloated and overstuffed when you have to put your main plot on pause for 30 minutes just so you can tell the audience who this character is. You've got a problem. This movie needed a serious overhaul. The whole thing, well, I'm not saying that the whole do the team up first and do the solo movies after could not have worked, but it definitely didn't work here. I definitely think they should have actually been patient and actually had solo movies and build up to the Justice League movie, because this plan did not work. They should have instead played it safe and instead have the solo movie. They should have, but unfortunately Warner Brothers got impatient and they wanted their Avengers level money immediately. So yeah, That's the big problem. We have to introduce the Cyborg, and like Jova said, Flash and Aquaman basically get the short end of the stick, because Aquaman gets one scene in Atlantis where we meet Willem Dafoe and Mera, and that's it. After that, yes, he contributes to the battle itself, but in terms of actual character stuff, Aquaman is just kind of there. He doesn't really, again, at least the Whedon cut tried to give him some kind of, like he needs to learn to play with friends type of arc, even though the execution wasn't the best. At least it was something. In here, character-wise, yes, he helps out in the battle, like we've said, but character-wise, Aquaman does nothing in this movie. He's basically just there to serve as another team member to fight the parademons in Darkseid. And he doesn't have a character arc proper. Same thing with the Flash. The Flash, okay, they try to implement some kind of a character arc with, like, oh, he has that scene with his father at the beginning, then he's, oh, look at this, Dad, I'm doing this for you, and he does the time travel thing. Then we have the scene with the dad at the end, but no, those are beats, those are plot beats that could take place in a character arc, but you didn't really you didn't really connect those dots. Those are dots that need to be connected, and you didn't really connect them. As I was combined with the fact that, and yeah, I'm gonna have to sadly agree with, I still don't like. I have never liked the humor of this version of the Flash ever. Not in BV, not in the Whedon cut, not in this cut, not in the Flash, definitely, because the Flash is god awful. Especially with younger Barry, who's obnoxiously over the top, like fucking Sam Witwicky. Yeah, like, as a result, it's really hard for me to be invested in this. Combined with the fact that I still don't care for these versions of Soups, Wandy, and Bats, I basically have no one to care about in this movie. Because, like I said in our commentary about Batman v Superman, the big problem when it comes to superheroes, we should look up to them. They're superheroes, for fuck's sake. And in BVS, I don't look up to anybody. In here, this is better. They're definitely much less cruel and ruthless. There's no "I'll take you without breaking you" moment or anything like that. But it's too little, too late by this point. Yeah, you do get to see Superman finally do some Supermaning. Finally, at the end, we get to see Batman more chill and more reasonable. But again, it's too little, too late by this point. Go on.
I do wonder if the idea was, again, to have them start off ruthless, but then they, over the course of these films, become more the glowing, shining heroes that we do look up to, which, again, maybe if we had gotten the full picture, I could have seen what his game was going at that. I can get how that stuff can be tricky, given the stuff that we were in the midst of. That said, I can also understand someone's frustrations at having to deal with, a few of these movies to get to that point. And it really does beg the question, how much of how these things worked out was one person's idea of the other? Was it Snyder's plan to, do Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, then Justice League? Or was skipping over to Justice League a Warner Brothers mandate at the time?
Apparently it was Warner Brothers. See, from what I've read and heard, apparently originally they just made Man of Steel and that's it. They were just making a Superman movie. There was no intent on part of Zack Snyder and Christopher Nolan or David Goyer.
That was just supposed to be a Nolan project.
Yeah, that was it. That's it. It was just meant to be Man of Steel. It wasn't even meant to tie into the Dark Knight movies even. It was just meant to be just a Superman movie and nothing else, right? What happened was, and apparently the plan was indeed to make a Man of Steel 2 right after. However, Warner Brothers looked at how much money the Marvel's Avengers was bringing, so they wanted some piece of that. So they told Zack, okay, forget Man of Steel 2. Let's set up stuff for the Justice League. Let's prepare the DC universe and shit like that. And Zack Snyder rolled with the punches. because he was in, despite not being his original plan, he still was interested in it. So he went along with it, even though it wasn't his idea. And he developed, like he said, a five movie plan. Because apparently in his mind, up after the Justice League 3, that would be the end of the Snyderverse to him. That would be the end of the DCU to him. Obviously, that would never happen. There's no way Warner Brothers would just arbitrarily end this at just 5 movies if it was being successful. But then, of course, after the reception to BVS, Warner Bros. Intervened and went on full damage control mode and completely took Suicide Squad from David Ayer's hands. And
what a mess.
Yeah. So Snyder was gun-ho about doing this, as we've seen through these papers, where he even had a proper plan. For as shit of a plan as I find it to be, he had a plan, unlike Warner Brothers. For a good while before James Gunn come along, they were just throwing shit at the wall, hoping to God something stuck.
Yeah, I can understand people who are sad to see the DCU kind of just go out with
a whimper.
I mean, I haven't seen Aquaman 2, so I guess I can't say completely if it's a whimper, but yeah, I guess in the grand scheme of things, it is really a whimper instead of a bang. Like, no big climax connecting them to end off on.
Question.
Yeah?
Have you seen Shazam 2 and Black Adam?
No, but I have heard that Shazam 2 has an incredibly silly after credits scene where
Yes.
we're at the funeral of a kid, suddenly
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Wonder Woman.
Not just that, like Shazam 2 is quite the downgrade from the first movie. But and as for Black Adam, here's for Black Adam. Dwayne Johnson is good in his role. The movie itself, though, the most mediocre thing you've ever seen in your life.
But Pedro, I was told that the hierarchy of DC was about to shift.
Yeah. So I haven't seen Aquaman 2 yet. You know what? For the shits and giggles, I might just do that after we finish here. I might just watch it with Dej. Why not? Just so I can finally put the DCU behind me. The Flash is... I get it, some people like that movie, but I cannot for the life of me understand why. That movie is total and utter garbage. It makes no sense.
At least we have Blue Beetle, which was awesome.
Oh yeah. No, I forgot about Blue Beetle. Okay, Blue Beetle was good. Never mind, I forgot about Blue Beetle.
From what I've heard, apparently they are bringing back that actor as Blue Beetle for the DCU.
Hopefully.
And granted, I'm kind of wondering if they're going to make Blue Beetle part of the DCU, because while it is technically a part of the DCEU, that thing is so disconnected that it probably could just as easily fit into the DCU.
Yeah, true. It's more so... Okay, yes. That being said, it really goes to show that the primary problem with the DCEU before James Gunn took over is that they had no plan. They had less of a plan than Kathleen Kennedy had with the sequels trilogy in Star Wars. And that's saying something.
It's like they had a plan when Snyder was on board, but when they booted Snyder...
Yeah.
Maybe they had a plan when they booted Snyder, but then lost track of that plan when stuff suddenly, once again, went off the rails.
Yeah, that's the big problem. Look at something akin to the Iron Man 2, right? Iron Man 2 is a bad movie, right? In my opinion, at least. But it was received very mixed among fans. But Kevin Feige didn't immediately burn the MCU to the ground just because of one badly received movie. He stuck to the plan. No. You know?
I don't know. Phase 2 in general was not as well received as Phase 1, but it worked as an overall puzzle piece.
Yeah.
Which is why I do wonder if DC had maybe stuck to their guns with Snyder, that maybe his... okay. Let's give him the benefit of a doubt and assume he was going somewhere with that plan, even if it wasn't clear. Like, at the very least, you hired the man. Stick to your guns. Don't do something cowardly like making movies behind his back or booting him out while he's mourning the death of his daughter. And yeah, I get it. For a time, people were definitely gravitating to the DCU with the shift. And yes, maybe Snyder's vision had issues. But that being said, though, at some point they just lost the plot again. Especially by the time of... I think the signs that something was wrong were showing starting with, like, Wonder Woman 1984. Because that sequel was incredibly anticipated. Especially since, as far as we knew, this was going to be Patty Jenkins minus Snyder, who at the time we thought was the person holding back any of the good in that. Turns out that wasn't the case, because Wonder Woman 1984 was all kinds of bad. And from there, things kind of went downhill, I'd say.
Yeah, that's the big problem. Now, keep in mind, unlike Kevin Feige, I don't really care for this plan that Zack had, right? But that doesn't mean the solution is, okay, let's just keep throwing shit at the wall and hoping to God something sticks. Because post-Snyder, that was literally all the DCU was. Just throw shit at the wall, hoping it. Occasionally, they would find occasionally they would find someone who knew what they were doing, like the director of the first Shazam, and to a lesser extent James Wan with Aquaman 1, even though I still think that movie is just okay. As well as the guy who directed Blue Beetle. Occasionally they found directors who knew what they were doing, but that was only just, again, if you keep throwing shit at the wall, eventually one of the turds will stick, right? Thing is, that's not how you build your fucking movie universe. You need a fucking plan. And someone who's capable of executing that plan. Now they have James Gunn, even though I do have some reservations about some of his decisions already, but that's a topic for another day. Yeah, they needed a plan. As for this movie, back to this movie. It's coherent, it's logically sound, but damn it, I cannot bring myself to care because the movie doesn't really have much going on from a story thematic point of view. And even from a character arc point of view, because Batman's character arc in this movie is I don't know. I don't know what Batman's character arc in this movie is. Tony's arc in the first Avengers was again learning to play with friends.
I'd say, okay, like I said, I feel like Batman overall works as the team builder here. Okay, I guess it was in the Whedon cut where they emphasized that part of Batman's arc in that film was his nurturing his guilt over kind of the role he played in Clark's death, so he wants to try and make it up to the guy overall. Mm-hmm. It's not as emphasized here. It seems more like he's more the mentor or glue that helps hold the team together, which I feel works fine enough. It's a nice take also to show how he has finally grown out of his loner tendencies, so there's that.
The basic point is that I just don't think Zack Snyder never understood these characters. He still doesn't, based on these plans that I'm seeing. Like Jova said, who knows, maybe some of these ideas would have been reworked on the actual movies, but the fact that he actually was planning to do this tells me that he shouldn't be in charge of these characters. Because this is shit. These ideas are... Remember, this was what he used to pitch his plan to Warner Brothers. This is his pitch. I don't know about you, Joe, but if Snyder pitched this shit to me, my reaction would be, this is a good prank, Zach. Okay, now what's the actual pitch?
I do think we do need to remember the context that it was the New 52. Like, as much as I don't like these takes on the characters, it was more in line with what DC were pushing with on the New 52. So I'm guessing that's part of why.
I guess, but it still sucks.
Pedro, you're preaching to the choir. Remember, the New 52 effectively failed. It's dead. And now the more recognizable canon is back at the helm. And if you were to ask me, the comics are a lot better for that.
Oh yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the MCU didn't take too many cues from the Ultimate comics, did it?
The MCU did take quite a few noticeable cues from the MCU, but over time it shifted more to being 616. Like, a lot of it was stuff like even forest design is always the first floor. That was definitely taking in more cues from the Ultimate Universe instead of 616 and all that.
Even so, definitely not quite. It didn't stick too much to the Ultimate Universe. It's still trying to be its own thing. This, on the other hand, I feel like, especially because how Zack Snyder is such a big Frank Miller fan, why not just... Although, of course, the big problem is that what era Frank Miller we're talking about when we say that, but...
But yeah, okay. Is there anything else you have on the commentary? We are
No, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. It's just this movie rambles and I'm rambling too. The point is, I didn't care for it. I'm glad we're done with the DCU because, let's face it, this entire universe was a fucking mess. I still haven't seen Aquaman 2. That's the only one that I've seen, but I'm going to see it right after this. I've already arranged plans with Deji as we're talking right now. So I'm going to watch Aquaman 2 right after we're done here. So we'll see how it is. I'm not expecting much because I thought the first Aquaman was just okay. So we'll see how things go. So that was Zack Snyder's Justice League, everybody. We still have some stragglers. We still have Shazam 2. We still have Blue Beetle. We still have some DCU stuff to do before we're done with it.
Yeah, we have.
But for now, the Snyderverse is dead. We are officially done with the Snyderverse. So, there it is.
Leave your roses at the door.
See you, everybody, for whatever DCU movie we do next.
Ta-ta.